time to get up. Get up, be somebody. Get up, be somebody. Yeah. Rise and shine, everybody. Yeah. Get up, be somebody. Get up, be somebody. It's been a minute since I felt this way. When the stars lined up, things going my way. Like the sun came out so the kid could play. It's been dark for a while, but I smiled each day. She puts the work in when I wanted to say, to hell with it all, but they God I pray. Give me the strength to stay strong today. To stay 10 toes down, don't bend the break. Don't fall victim to the storm of fate. Be untouchable like an armor plate. No weapon function ever harm my faith. I was put in this place to be strong and wait. No negativity can storm my case. Nothing you can do would ever scar my face. I fight every day to run a righteous race and hit the finish line at a lightning pace. Rising bright, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind. Be somebody, be somebody. Rising bright, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind. Be somebody, be somebody. Rising bright, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind. Be somebody, be somebody. Rising bright, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind. Be somebody, be somebody. Yeah. Every once in a while, we all wake up in a funk. But you know what I'm saying? We gotta get the funk out the way. Funk that. Funk that. We gonna get up, get out, and be somebody. Rising grind, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind. Get up, be somebody. Get up, be somebody. Rising grind, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind. Get up, be somebody. Get up, be somebody. Rising grind, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind. Get up, be somebody. Get up, be somebody. Rising grind, a new day to shine, a brand new 24 to leave the past behind.
Yeah, what's up? Facts and Global in this bitch. I'm in this bitch, and guess what? Today, Supreme, the REZAREKTA, will be in this bitch. And we're going to continue on to part 2 of his book, Where I'm From, Past is History. So I came in an hour early. He'll be here at 6 o'clock. I came in an hour early so that I can try to finish this book. It's not that much more, but I want to try to finish the book so when he comes, we can talk. We can have the meet and greet interview or whatever. You know what I mean? Well, I already know it, but you know what I mean? Those of you that don't know Supreme, the REZAREKTA, he is one of Philadelphia's premier, most respected urban and hip-hop artists, okay? And he's done a lot. He's done a lot, and this is his autobiography, Where I'm From, Past is History, and this is Preem, okay? So we're going to start it right on off. We're on Chapter 5, Supreme, the Regulator. The year was 1999, and the Regulators, one of Philly's hottest groups, were no more. All I had left was my rep, my skills, and Dr. Shock. Shock and I had already recorded Trial and Tribulations, but we needed another banger. He wanted me to do a song giving props to hip-hop and the artists that make it hot. That is when I wrote Listen Close and got my sister Michelle to sing the hook. She sang the hell out of it, and I mentioned damn near every old school and new artist that was in the game. We were leaning for these 2 songs to be my first solo singles, but for the time being, they were going to be my demo. I was still unemployed, and I made it a point that I was going to make this rap game work for me. I refused to work to make another man rich off me. I was still on Dark World Entertainment, and Larry was still a little mad at me. He came to the studio to work on a solo project and to learn production from Shop. Exotic D was working trying to get his money up to get a new crib, and he was still DJing. He was still my main man and best friend from childhood. I hated to leave him behind, but I had to start over fresh. I still plan to work with Exotic D. He was and still is the truth. By the beginning of the new year, I was done with my house arrest. I still had to complete my probation to go to outpatient counseling. I still had to complete my probation, go to outpatient counseling, and pay all my fines. After that, I would still not be eligible for my license until 2005. I was cool with all my probation officers, and I think they were excited about me being a rapper. They liked it, and when I gave them pictures and tapes, they liked it when I gave them pictures and tapes. The outpatient counseling was different than the first time I went through this because this time I welcomed the help. As for the fines, the drinking, and my license, I was taking it all one day at a time by the grace of God. When it came time to name myself, I had a little trouble because I was always known as one of the regulators. People would identify Larry as the bald regulator and me as the wild regulator because at the time I was wild as hell. The regulators as a name became kind of big back then, and I didn't want to totally leave the name. My name was Supreme, so I called myself Supreme the Regulator. Now, all I needed was a DJ because I really like using other people's records for crowd participation during shows. That's when Doughboy came to my rescue. Doughboy had just gotten out of jail and he wanted to be a part of Dark World Entertainment, and I needed a new DJ. I put him on with me, but what made it funny was I had never seen him cut before. The first time he came to the studio to show us what he could do, he wasn't that good, but I had to put him on. After all he did for the regulators and us two becoming homies in jail, he had all the equipment he needed, but he needed more skills. That sounds all too familiar, right? What's up, LeVar? Shout out to Snowshaw in the building, Faction Go on LeVar 10. Also in the industry. Shout out to y'all for coming and listen to the story. It's really a good story. Who's here on Instagram? There's so many lives on Instagram, you don't even know. Can you get to yourself? Okay, hold on, y'all. Let me see who's on Instagram. Welcome, y'all. Anyway, those of y'all that are tuning in from Instagram. I don't even see my Instagram. Maybe it didn't even come on. I have no idea. But anyway, guys, I will be there with you, but I don't see it. So, anyway, let's get back to the book. All right. So, where was it? I'm over here. That's when I brought Exotic D back into the picture to work with him. Doughboy was determined and eventually became a pretty good DJ. Exotic D and Doughboy became my DJs, but Exotic D had to work all the time. While Exotic D worked, Doughboy and I played. We started hanging with Sweet Chuck again because he didn't have a car and he needed us for rides. Sweet Chuck took us with him when he had to do security for Fat Joe, Cool G Rap, Eve, Jay-Z, Method Man, and Redman. We hung out with Jay-Z at Dave and Buster's, and we went to the Cherry Hill Mall with Method Man. At the Hard Knock Life tour, we saw the whole concert from the floor and backstage. We even had a room on the same floor in the same hotel as the artists on tour. We had big fun that whole night, living like we were the stars. We woke up quick though, because the whole time we were balling, we didn't even have a demo to give out. The only thing we had to give people were the regulators. Six, what is that? It's supposed to be minutes. 6-minute cassettes. We had a lot of them because after Doughboy got the reorder, the group broke up. That motivated me to write my ass off, and Doughboy practiced every chance he could with Exotic D. That's when I came up with the song I Want. I was freestyling all about the things I wanted while Doughboy was scratching, and I wrote the song, and Shock loved it, and we recorded it right away. By the way, the opening song that we had tonight was a song called Rise and Grind off of the CD. Past Is History also has a CD, a soundtrack. All right. And you can also get that. Shock started putting together a little squad of artists for Dark World Entertainment in 1999. He worked with a lot of cats that came into the studio to record, and every once in a while, a few would catch his eye. The people that got him open at that point was a young street MC named Tyson, a reggae artist named Mr. Keys, and a young hot female MC named Duchess. And of course, me. He recorded everyone's demo and took our pictures. He did the same thing that he did back in the day with the Dark Side production artists. He made sure we were tight and that our skills were sharp, but this time he had a lot more knowledge about the music business. The PMC, the Philadelphia Music Conference, had hired Shock and I to be the urban directors of the conference that year. We replaced the last director, Damon Rowe, who went on to be the manager of the Deadly Snakes. We were responsible for getting the showcases together and setting up the hip-hop panels. The conference paid Shock and I $100 a week to split. We took it because we knew we were going to get plugged right into the industry. We made a lot of connections with the entertainment lawyers, managers, artists, and record labels. We got connected with different music organizations like NARAS and ASCAP, and they also hooked us up with a hip-hop compilation CD to distribute to the A&Rs throughout the conference. Shock put all the new Dark World artists and a few other cats on the CD. Exotic D, Doughboy, and I did a lot of shows in 1999. We performed by ourselves as well as with other Dark World artists. Jared Pearson started booking me again, and we were getting shows all over the Delaware Valley. My rep was quickly coming back as an artist, and Shock's rep was growing as a major player in the city. I was getting a lot of press and photos in the Philadelphia Daily News, as well as the hip-hop magazine, The Philly Word. My solo comeback was going great. At that point, I thought it was time for me to get management. Even as a member of the regulators, I always wanted to have a manager. All the groups and artists that were out when we were out all had managers. We had Shock, and he took damn good care of our business. But he never wanted the job of manager. He was happy to take on most of the management duties until we got somebody qualified that we trusted. Wow. Don't this really sound like somebody's life? Like, what y'all think? Don't this sound like your life with this mess? Come on. It got to be. It got to be. Y'all, is the Instagram flowing? Let me check. Who's here? Yeah, it's live. Okay. Instagram is live, so we're doing good. On the comfort of a podcast, well, but I can't see. There's nobody on it. So anyway, it just sounds like us. You know what I mean? Shock had to run his studio and our business, so he couldn't run around with us all the places we had to go. We always wanted somebody that could handle our business and look out for us while we were in the streets. But unfortunately, we always had to handle ourselves. We even tried to make Mark our manager while we were in the streets. People always assumed he was our manager anyway, being the only white dude that rolled with us. But he didn't like speaking to people. He liked to play it cool in the cut. We let him do it. We let him do what he did best, handle our promotions. At one point, when we were the regulators, every time Dick and Harry wanted to be our manager. We would give them all a shot, but none of them could do the job better than we did for ourselves. I needed somebody that believed in me and what I was doing, with some connections, who was willing to work as hard as me. But in Philly, it's a lot of con artists that don't know anything about the business. Most of the people that wanted to manage us felt threatened and intimidated by Shock. Then a limo driver named Herb Brown came along. He was somebody that I thought could do the job. Before I asked her to be my manager, he was managing this rapper named Danny D. Danny used to come to the studio on and off since we were on 61st and Webster Street. Now he was booking time, paying full price, and knocking songs out at the new studio. This was all because he had Herb as his manager. Herb thought Danny was going to blow up because he backed him 100%. I liked the way Herb was there for Danny, for the dude. I wanted somebody like that in my corner, and being a limo driver, Herb used to run into all kinds of industry people. He had access to people at Power 99 FM, and he was close friends with a few entertainment and pro ball players. One day, Herb asked Shock about my music. He said he had wanted to see what was up with me, but he thought Shock managed me. I told him I needed management, and it was on from there. He took my demo around with him when he drove the limo to play for his clients. He got Bobby Taylor of the Philadelphia Eagles thinking about signing me to his label in Houston, Texas. Shock and Herb went to some meetings with this dude named Orlando, who wanted to sign me to his label called Psychopath Records. Herb put up the money so I could get my name registered with the state. After I filled out the fictitious name form, Supreme the Regulator became official. Uncle Herb was a good dude. He tried to hold it down for me. That year was a whirlwind because it seemed like I had a million things going on. I was still involved with the promoter, Hollywood, and was in a play he was directing. I was going to play practice once a week, and I was still hustling for Shock and the PMC. Around that time, I got hooked up with a female rapper named Mommy Dearest. She was about to get signed to Antra Records, and I was running around with her to different studios and meetings. I managed to perform my own shows with Doughboy from time to time, and of course, with all that going on, I didn't have time for my girl, so we broke up. Then Shock and I got hooked up with the city of Philadelphia. One night, our friend T. Best came to the studio with his limo and wanted me to ride with him while he gassed it up. Of course, I'm in the back riding like a star when he got to the gas station. I can imagine this. All right. This is good. I'm Preem, I know you. You pimped. Okay, we're gonna see. T Bass gets out to get his gas and sees his friend CB. Now, CB is a community activist that rallies neighborhoods to stand on the corners and run drug dealers off. T Bass introduces me to CB and tells him I'm a famous rapper. Hold on, guys. Let me see. I'm trying to see who's on this because this Instagram be popping. There it is. All right, I know. I'm trying to see who's on it. Okay, what's up? Preem is on the Instagram and he'll be here. So okay. So he tells him he's a famous rapper. I lost. That's when CB invites me to a meeting and tells me about a citywide rally and show that the city about a citywide rally and show that the city of Philadelphia was playing. Shock and I went to the meeting at the Roundhouse, the Philadelphia Police Headquarters on 8th and Ray Street, and met with every major organization in the city. Wow. They were planning a big citywide march from City Hall and a big concert starring Eve and Beanie Siegel. We met at the Roundhouse every Tuesday and got cool with the Mayor John Street, the police chief Sylvester Johnson, Black Friday Entertainment, Mothers United Against Tragedy, Malik Aziz, and Manuel Glenn from the Mayor's Office of Community Service and every other political and citywide organization. Loving this. Loving this thing. Shock and I represented Dark World Entertainment and the Philadelphia Music Conference. So we volunteered for the entertainment committee with Troy Carter and Corey Hicks of Black Friday Entertainment. Black Friday was managing Eve and Beanie Siegel at the time, so they were responsible for bringing them on as the headliners for the concert. The concert was going to be a free show for all the high school kids, held at the Dell East the evening before the march and the rally. We were cool with Troy and Corey, so I was definitely booked for the concert with a lot of other Philly acts. This is great. What y'all think? This is really great. After all the meetings with all the different organizations, they finally agreed on a name and date. All together, we were known as Philadelphia, making a difference against guns, drugs, and violence. The concert and march were done around September when the kids went back to school. The show at the Dell was off the hook. When Doughboy and I went on, it was packed about 8,000 kids and we killed it. We did Trials and Tribulations and I won. That is the first time I ever heard 8,000 voices screaming for me and saying what I told them to say. That was such a rush for Doughboy and I both to rock a show starring Eve and Beanie Siegel in Philly. Eve's father was in the front row that night when we performed and wanted to manage me for a long time after that. After the Dell show, my street credibility skyrocketed. Everywhere I went, somebody recognized me from that show. A lot of people wanted to book me for their events, and different artists wanted to work with me. One dude wanted to do a song with me was Technique. He was a young rapper and producer that I met through Mark. He was a white kid and he had mad skills on the mic and beats. Technique and his young boy Two Face, who is now a member of the PA system, came to Shot Studio and played some tracks. Tech and I recorded War With Me, of which he produced, and a song over a track that Shock produced. Soon after that, Tech introduced me to his homies Kaz, who is a brilliant artist, and D that just had moved to Philly from Seattle. All of us was tight MCs, and we started hanging together, hanging hard together. I hooked Two Face, Technique, Kaz, and D up with passes to the PMC by making them volunteers. The 2000 PMC was hot. To kick off the urban side of the conference, Shock and I put together the Philly Urban Legend Awards. That's when we honored the pioneers that put the city on the map. The first year we honored people like Lady B, Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, DJ Cash Money, Bobby Dance, Chino from Funkomart, and we gave Jocko Henderson the Lifetime Achievement Award. Doug Henderson. When I performed and did my thing, I introduced everybody to my new young boy crew. Tech, Cass, D, and I ripped up. Doughboy had caught another case, so he was on house arrest during that time period. Every BMC we attended, we met different record execs and lawyers. Each year, we even had our own A&R directory. The very first PMC I went to, I met Brad Rubens and told him he was going to be my lawyer because he was the first lawyer I saw that looked like a rock star and not a stuffed shirt and a suit. He learned that if you are dealing with the music business, you need an entertainment lawyer. At the 2000 PMC, since we were the urban directors and we got close with the Philly entertainment lawyers like Glenn Romano, Bernie Resnick, Jeff Elan, Simon Rosen, and her friend Larry Richardson hooked us up with Marcy Laurel Wagner and Jessica Soul. Larry was an older guy that was in the music business from way back. He took us to Marcy and Jessica's office in Wynwood, PA, on the main line. He played my demo for them, and they liked it. Marcy and Jess were on the board of governors over at NARS, and we started going to different NARAS, NARS, events and meetings. NARS is the organization that gives out Grammys. And we joined the Philadelphia chapter. That's where we got connected with Mark Schultz, Helen Bruner, and her partner Terry, Helen Little, David Ivory, Gerald Beasley, and Glenn Mancup. They were some of the major players in the Philadelphia music scene. Marcy and Jess also hooked us up so we could set up our publishing companies through ASCAP. They did a lot of things for us free of charge, and they had an open door policy for Shock and I. While Shock and I were making connections in the game, Doughboy was holding it down at home with Tech, Kaz, and D. He let them all move in with him, even though he was still on house arrest, and he built a studio in the basement so the guys could record. I started taking them around and letting them perform with me. Shock and I took them with us when we went to Kango to oh, rest in peace. We went to the Kango Kid from UTFO's house. I let them rock with me at the big show I had in Reading, PA. Doughboy and I were both looking out for them. When we had to get a new promo picture taken by Susan Bulkin, I told her to take some pictures of them too. I didn't want to manage them, but I wanted them to be cool in the game. We were a hot squad and called ourselves Tangled Thoughts. The year 2000 was a busy year for both Shock and I. He was a writer for the Philadelphia Weekly, and he became the hip hop editor for Audioglyphics magazine. He had to do a lot of interviews with different artists and label heads, and I would go with him. He interviewed Chris Schwartz of Rough Nation Records, Joe Nicola from Judgment Records, and Glenn Manco of Answer Records. They all used to work together when they had Rough House Records. We learned a lot from all of them about the breakup of their company and how each planned to move on. They wanted to tell their story for the press, and we wanted to learn about record labels from the inside. Little did we know that we were getting schooled just in time because we were about to get into a label situation of our own. One day, Marcian just called Shock, Larry Richardson, and I in for a meeting. They told us that they were starting their own record label and they wanted me to be the first artist. In fact, they wanted Dark World Entertainment to be the hip hop label under their company, Majira Entertainment. They said for months they had been feeling our music and the whole vibe in general. They wanted Larry there because he was the one that brought us to them, and he was due a finder's fee. Shock and I were down for it because this was what we've always dreamed of, and we really liked Marcy and Jess. They were really sweet ladies that knew the business. We trusted them and weren't scared to be partners with them, but we couldn't tell anybody until the details were hammered out. It was now also time to clean house and get rid of all the dead weight. First, we had to let Uncle Herb go, not because he was a bad guy, but because he was a bad manager. All the stuff I did that year, he was there for none of it. He had family, and he had to work a while. He had to work while I was out grinding. Boy, don't that sound familiar?
Leonard Torrance?
Okay, all right, Leonard Torrance. Leonard Torrance, I'm on podcast. You okay? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
I said I'm live on podcast. Are you okay? I'm at the studio. You okay?
Yeah.
All right, I gotta go.
Okay.
All right. I had to check up, make sure that's my brother. Anytime a phone call comes in, you know I gotta take it. I apologize, y'all. All right, so let's go. All right, where was it? Secondly, I had to shake my Tangled Thoughts family, including Doughboy, because of a lot of shaky, distrustful things that were going down. Malik Aziz of the Mayor's Office of Community Service saw me when I was on a promotional run with Jay-Z at Power 99 FM, and he asked me to do a high school tour with Major Figures and the Ram Squad. I did it, and after a few dates, I was the only act on the tour because the Figures, the Ram Squad, had just gotten signed to major deals. I asked Malik if I could bring Tangled Thoughts, my Tangled Thoughts crew, with me to perform, and he said yes. We did a few schools together, and Doughboy, who was on house arrest, came with us when he could. I ran into Mike from Big Boss again, and he was telling me that he was managing my old buddy Mert. Mert was rapping and producing at that point, and he was working on his album, and he was going to sign a deal with Universal Records. Mike wanted Mert and me to do a song together for Mert's new album. I agreed, and in return, I wanted to use Mert's studio to re-record my demo. He had a great sound coming from his place, and he was a good engineer. I wanted to re-record the songs that I had with Shock and Tex beats. I also made a deal to start working on a new project for Tangled Thoughts. Unfortunately, we didn't complete the project, but that goes to show how much I was looking out for these guys. We got a couple of copies of what we did complete at Merch Studio, and people loved it. My old friend Cosmic Chris, who had been a mechanic and owner of his own shop, wanted to invest some money in us and put us out. Doughboy was recording them at his house, and he wanted to take them in another direction. Things got back to me that they were all talking trash about me and saying Shock and I were old school. And when the guys were with me, they were talking trash about Doughboy. They said that they didn't want to live with him anymore and that he was not a good DJ. They said that his production wasn't hot either and that he was trying to take over the group. I didn't know who to trust, so I fell back to see what they could do for themselves as Tangled Thoughts. One day I went to Doughboys to visit, and they had all these people over from some unheard of record company called Royal Records. Doughboy and Tangled Thoughts was supposed to be part of the royal family. Doe was going to be an executive, and Tech was to produce all the royal family artists. The royal family seemed like a bunch of thugs, especially the president, who was this big, thick chick and claimed she had a lot of money. Doughboy and Tangled Thoughts were out of their element. Hold on, guys. I got to send an invitation to this guy. So when he gets it here, oh my God, this thing is getting so good, though. Okay, hold on 1 second here. Okay, now sent that out. Make sure, because we're also supposed to have DJ7 here in the interview. What's up, Frills? What's up? What's up? What's up? Green's not here yet, 7. You're here, 7. 7's here. So I just sent you the link. So if you want to, what's up? You know, come in. Preem's going to come shortly after 6. He's in traffic. He was scheduled for 6 o'clock. So I sent you so you could come in. I'm going through this book. I'm trying to get through it before Preem gets here. All right. So he said the only reason I stuck around is because I wanted to see it all blow up in their faces. They were having a coming out party one night at Second Cousins, which was now located on Germantown Avenue. Doughboy and Tangled Thoughts were on themselves hard that night. the chick from Royal Records was supposed to rent 2 limos, a Navigator, and a Hummer from one of the Doughboys' homies. The Hummer came and got us from Doughboy's house. They were high on the horse in the limo like they were rolling with Def Jam. I felt the whole night that they were shitting on me. First, they acted like I couldn't ride in the limo with them. Then they acted like they didn't want to give me a Tangled Thoughts t-shirt. When we were in the limo, I found out that they got Two-Face on the show and didn't even ask me to perform after all the shows I put them on. Wow. While we were at the venue, April from Darkwood Entertainment came to see us perform. They made it real clear to her that Tangled Thoughts were performing and not Supreme. On stage, they asked me to come up and be the hype man when they performed and didn't even give me a shout out when they were on the mic. Damn. I went along with everything on purpose because I knew that shit was about to hit the fan. It didn't just hit the fan, it killed the fan. First of all, the show barely had anybody there in attendance, and the people that did come were all the thug friends of the royal family. They got drunk and started fighting. People were fighting as soon as Tangled Thoughts went on. My man DJ Active, who is now Music Soul Child's DJ, had been hired to spin. When Active went to get his money, the thick chick president of the royal family told him that he had to go to Doughboys to get his money. We were all going back to Doughboys, but the Hummer limo didn't come back yet. While we were waiting for the limo, members of the royal family started to fight each other on the streets. Luckily, a friend of ours named Kizzy Raw, my girl Kizzy, came and drove us to Doughboy's house. Tangled Thoughts. See, this book is good. Tangled Thoughts was so upset on the way to Doughboy's place. They were apologizing to me, and they told me that they were ready to do it my way because Doughboy and the royal family way wasn't for them. That's crazy. It wasn't for them. All right. I just listened to them complain all the way to Doughboys, and when we got there, Active was there waiting for his money. Since Doughboy couldn't find the thug chick, he had to pay what she owed Active. Then the driver from the Hummer came to tell Doughboy that he owed money for the limo. He was pissed. It seemed like the girl had paid for the Navigator and left him with the bill for the Hummer. He gave the limo driver $100 and made arrangements with his homie to get him the rest of the money. It really pissed him off that none of the guys offered to help pay for anything, and the girl from Royal Records was never heard from ever again. I left that night knowing once again that there is a God. I didn't call or see Doughboy or Tangled Thoughts for a while after that. I had enough to keep myself busy and didn't have time to worry about them. Marcy and Jess had everything ready for Shock and me to release our record. They drew up a single deal contract that basically said that once they recoup their costs, we would become 50-50 partners. We signed to the Majira Music Group and would be releasing our own Dark World Entertainment single. They called Handel Tucker, that had a studio at Judgment Records in Conshohocken, PA. Studio 4 was owned by Joe and Phil Nicola. That is where we recorded Where I'm From, and I'm With It. We took 2 days to record both songs. April and April and a girl named Ivy that we knew from the PMC, and Simon Rosen came with us while we recorded. The end result was very expensive, but it was good. We didn't know any better, but we assumed that just because they were in a big studio, that they knew it all. We figured if Marcy and Jeff wanted us to go to these guys at Studio 4, then they must be the best. We know now that it isn't about how much you got, but what you do with what you got. Thinking back now, 6 minutes, 6 minutes sounded just as good as Where I'm From. And 6 minutes was produced by Shock and recorded at our Dark World Entertainment studio. Since we weren't paying for anything, we went with the flow, and we got our record code produced by Handel Tucker, engineered by Taj, and played on by guitarist extraordinaire Mike Tyler. The B-side was I'm With It, and that was all Shock's production. All right, guys, I knew what it was there too. All right. We got some music here off the CD. If you're just getting here, he also has a CD on soundtrack, Green the Resurrected, Past is History. That's it. That's my signed copy. Come get yours. Come get yours. Hit beer and a few. Come get yours. All right, for the people that are in here, make sure you're leaving comments and whatnot. Freedom is going to be here, so if y'all have any questions, get your questions together so you'll be able to answer his questions pertaining to the book, pertaining to his life, pertaining to anything in the music, and also DJ Seven and me will be here to also give out. Right, so what's up? What's up? We got people on Instagram over here. We got Nate Cox, the realist, and we got El Hardcore in the building. All right. Who said that? What did he say? Okay, he said the bridge is backed up. He'll be here though. I seen them bridges. That's why I'm doing stuff. I ain't traveling no more. The single was mixed and mastered by the top people at the Marcy and Jess knew, and they were very happy with the final product. We used a promo picture that Sue Bolkin took of me for the cover. We sent everything off to disc makers, and they hooked us up with some nice graphics for the CD. The vinyl had my promo picture on the label of the record. On the CD, we did our thank yous, and we thanked everybody that we felt got us to this point. One person that I didn't thank that I now regret was my Aunt LaRue, because she was always there for me. She reminds me about forgetting her name all the time. Also, I didn't thank Doughboy or Integral Thoughts because I was still a little pissed about what happened. We even thanked Two-Face to make sure that they felt the sting, and that I felt the sting that I felt the night of their show. When the product came back, we were ready to hit the streets again. We hit the stores with the CDs and the vinyls for consignment. We hit up all the club DJs. We had real disc maker posters this time, so we hit the streets hard this time. And with them, and I did some hot shows. Marcy and Jessica hooked me up with shows at the Barnes and Noble bookstore and a couple of private schools out in the suburbs. That is why they liked me so much, because I was appealing and marketable to white people as well as black folks. Where I'm From was a Rep Your Hood type song that always got the crowd going. We really saw that at 2000 Greek Picnic. I've been going to the Greek Picnic ever since I was in college, and I always wanted to rock on the big stage. Well, I got my chance, and I killed it in front of 50,000 people from all over the country. DJ Ali Love, who is a dear friend of ours, booked us to do Germantown Day, Wadsworth Day, Dawn Staley Day, and Real Men Cook. These are shows that I have done every year. Malik Aziz kept us at different schools and community events. Shock and I were working it from the street, but the other levels took a little longer to catch on. This was around the time I was asked to be a co-host on Urban Expressions. We had a real good relationship with everybody on the TV show from back in the day. Ed Box, who was the host and who was moving behind the scenes of the show, and Keith from Up the Block became the new host. That left an empty slot for the Word on the Street segment. So Shock asked Shelly Shell to try me out. I was really reluctant because, crazy as I was, I had a tendency to freeze up on camera. Plus, I wanted to be known as a rapper, not a TV guy. Freezing up on camera. Never been one to turn down a challenge, I accepted. Shelley was going to introduce me to the TV audience at our Corrupt's Gold Party. Glenn Manco was still at Corrupt's label, Antra Records, as he invited Shock, the Urban Expressions crew, and me to come through. We saw Simon Rosen there, and he introduced me to a female rapper he was representing named Muggs. Muggs and I exchanged numbers and became great friends after that. I was introduced to the TV audience that night at Corrupt's party. This was around July 2000. I've been with Urban Expressions ever since. My first few Word on the Street tapings were used to promote our single, Where I'm From. I don't like my first few Word on the Street segments because I was too stiff and proper. Fortunately, I did get a lot better. It looked like we had everything covered except for radio, but Marcy and Jess had a plan. They knew Helen Little, who was the program director of Power 99 FM at the time. They were all on the Board of Governors together over at NARAS. Marcy and Jess planned to take Helen and the other ladies on the Board of Governors out to dinner to network. They were going to give my CD to Helen, which they did. Marcy waited a while to hear her feedback, and when Helen wrote back, she said, although she liked me as a person, she felt my music didn't fit the format of Power 99 FM. I guess I did not have enough killing in it. Nah, not enough bitches and not enough killing and shit like that. You know what I mean? You wasn't singing to the ops. Wow. So after that, it seemed like Marcy and Jess got discouraged about my single. They dropped the ball after Helen dropped that bomb, and I never knew why until later. Shock and I didn't get shook. We went on the radio stations ourselves, including Power 99 FM. They gave me the same crap that they gave to all the local independent artists. They said they were going to give the singles to the mix show DJs and see what happens. In the meantime, we were getting props on the web. DJ Ali Love interviewed me for, how you say that? AgentOrange.com, AgentOrange.com, and gave me an artist spotlight on her radio show. Gotta talk later. Okay. Manhunt.com gave us a good review, and Shock and I were getting love from all over. People always gave us props for being persistent and hanging in there. By this time, the year 2001 was here. Doughboy, Tangled Thoughts, and I made up, but we didn't get as tight as we used to be. Doughboy was about to get sentenced to like 18 months, so he had to handle his legal business. This is when Exotic D and I had got back to it full time again. I was still not drinking, but I was hanging with my Chester crew who drank a lot. I wanted them to be a part of what I was doing because I didn't have a team expert for Mark and Shock. So I started the PCC, the Philly Chester Connection. Muggs and I were hanging hard too around the same time. She almost had like 3 deals, so I was always with her back and forth to New York. She was connected with everybody that was somebody on the Philly music scene. And in New York, she was connected with the Rough Riders. That's how I met TD, Swiss Beats' dad, of the Rough Riders. And he hooked me up and my little part in the movie Crime Partners, starring Snoop Dogg, Ice-T, and Ja Rule. Funny thing about that is, I only did the movie so Tangled Thoughts could get down there and get in the movie also. To this day, I still support support and show love to each member of Tangled Thoughts, and that they are doing very well. I have never been one to hold a grudge unless the other person makes me do it. Shock and I got back to work with the PMC. We resumed our roles as the urban directors and got a raise for $100 a week apiece. We also had to prepare for another Philly Urban Legend Awards. We recorded a few new songs. The Where I'm From single was winding down, so we wanted to get some new material to Marcy and Jess, but we soon found out the Madeira situation wasn't the same. They had replaced Dark World Entertainment with Glenn Manco and his new label, Basu Records. And instead of getting me signed to Glenn's label, he came in with his own artist, Louis Logic and Ozzy from the group name. We found out that Marcy and Jess investors didn't feel comfortable with Shock as the head of the hip hop label. They wanted somebody they thought had more experience like Glenn. I was mad for a long time, but I know now that they did what they had to do. Malik Aziz started the school tour back up again, and this was the best one yet. The acts were Armageddon, R&B group South Street, Frankie Double Dutch Smith, and Exotic D. And I had headlined the whole thing. The guest speakers were Malik Aziz, Reverend Greg Applewhite, Steve Hawkins from the Ice the Violence campaign, and other guests like middleweight champion of the world Bernard Hopkins. I took my homies John and Jim from Chester out with us on tour to represent the PCC at the schools and other shows. The tour hit damn near every school in Philly. It was so hot, they booked us in New Jersey and Delaware. Exotic D and I represented our set to the fullest. We performed the new singles, Where I'm From and I'm With It. Where I'm From had every school go bananas. Pooch Man and Mikey Dredd of Power 99 FM hosted all the high school shows we did, and they were amazed how hype I got the crowds. The people already knew me when they came on stage because I was on Urban Expressions every week. I gave a weekly shout out to every school that we did on the Word on the Street. Malik even took the tour to Grateford Prison. It went beyond the school year into the summer. In the summertime, we did all recreation centers across the city. We even performed at Allen Iverson's event at the Tweeter Center in Camden, New Jersey. We toured the whole year and killed every show we did, including the 30 Schools and 30 Days event for Black History Month with the Golden Girl of Power 99 FM. GG. Every kid in the city knew and loved Where I'm From. That song was like an underground anthem and hit Philly. And a hit in Philly. It became affectionately known as the Philly song. On TV, I would introduce myself as Supreme, the Where I'm From man. When I did Word on the Street, an old friend of Exotic D and mine named Inga Nicole worked at Club Dances and hooked us up to open for Memphis Bleak. We did a call and response for the guys and girls, then tore it up with Where I'm From. Word got back to us that the club never had a local unsigned act get that much love before. They usually booed everyone until the headliner came on. Dances was definitely a hard spot to rock for a local unsigned artist, and we just got as much love as Memphis Bleak. Every time I saw a crowd go crazy over the song, I thought about Marcy and Jess giving up on us and this hot ass song. Alright guys, so y'all know what that means. Daddy gotta get the hot ass song. Daddy gotta do the hot ass song. Let's see. Where we at? That's why I need DJ 7 to be pulling up these songs. That's exactly what I need somebody to do this. Okay, so the song, what did he say the song was called? Hold on, guys.
Yeah, time to get up.
Nah, we started with that. Hold on. I sent the link. The link is out. I'm trying to get the song. Where I'm From, of course. Hold on. Because I got to take I wasn't ready for this. I was ready for this. Here we go. Where I'm From, Supreme the Resurrecta. Let's get it.
Yeah. Talk about a timeless track. Classic. Supreme. Hey man, come on. I love my city and my city love me. Where I'm from, LA. Where you from? Tell me. If it wasn't for my city, yo, where would I be? Where I'm from, LA. Where you from? Tell me. I love my city and my city love me. Where I'm from, LA. Where you from? Tell me. If it wasn't for my city, yo, where would I be? Where I'm from, LA. Where you from? Tell me. From Patterson to Fire Rock, none but love. I'm from Fallon in the wind, I'm taking the sun. St. Virgin, South Street, help me sparking. My first L, Freddie Bird, the market. My town, the sharpest, check the stack. Head stars on the microphone, rap the stack. And then the hell's the stack. Like we always whack. But the legendary Bruce Punch, stop that ass. Now the Illadel's finest, we out the box. Shining like a bag of iced out with rock. The whole county's blocks filled up with thugs. Show, brotherly love won't build the slugs. So we can move with the plugs. The lack of respect, you have to bother so hard. Put a crack in your neck. See, that's what you get. Cause that's what you want. Supreme, from Billy and over the blood. I love my city and my city love me. Where I'm from, Billy. Where you from? Tell me. If it wasn't for my city, yo, where would I be? Where I'm from, Billy. Where you from? Tell me. I love my city and my city love me. Where I'm from, Billy. Where you from? Tell me. If it wasn't for my city, yo, where would I be? Where I'm from, Billy. Where you from? Tell me. All over the world, we got spots for y'all. You got some jumping in your town that I go. I roll to the alleyway to roll up north. South Beach got the chicks got the taking it all. DC to be in, I holler at my peeps. And Alabama, be all in Virginia Beach. I saw all in Atlanta with the freak big girls. Chester, the building up the peeps and stuff. AC, you Vegas, where the gambling big. I got the rappers in Jersey, cause they open the bridge. And then the NYC, so I can see 5 to an AM, stars are there. Detroit, Chi-Town, where the Midwest at. Down New Orleans, the Mardi Gras is back. Let's do the Carolinas, I'm partying hard. Down by Southwest in Texas, y'all. I love my city and my city love me. Where I'm from, Philly. Where you from, tell me? If it wasn't for my city, yo, where would I be? Where I'm from, Philly. Where you from, tell me? I love my city and my city love me. Where I'm from, Philly. Where you from, tell me? If it wasn't for my city, yo, where would I be? Where I'm from, Philly. Where you from, tell me? From New York to Cali, it was nothing but love. Remember touring on the bus, so I'm flying the bug. I'll attract your attention everywhere that I go. You feel the Billy Cat with the real hot flow. My popularity goes, cause I've been keeping it real. I've been hanging with the exes and the hood with skill. They ain't left of my deal, cause I'm nationwide. So whenever I'm short, when I'm ripping it loud, cause your town.
All right, what happened? That was it. That's one of those mix. That was one of them mixes. All right, so that was it. A hot song had them jumping. You know, you gotta know what era that was. It was gone. All right. So now let me get back. I had to go start the food. I had some food in there. Yeah, I'm trying to get. I'm trying to get. I don't think we're gonna get through the book. Y'all better go get this book. Y'all better go get this book. All right. So earlier that year, a few Philly hip hop pioneers started at the Greater Philadelphia Hip Hop Alliance, Funk Wizard Show, MC Breeze, and Disco Dave wanted to start an organization to bring the Philly hip hop scene together. The GPHHA started out as a good idea, and it really brought a lot of people out to be part of Philly hip hop that I had no idea existed. I thought I was Philly underground hip hop, but I was wrong. I met cats, white and black, that made good, pure hip hop music and held shows in spots I never knew of. The GPHHA met once a month for a regular meeting and networking. I met a lot of good people, and we really connected with each other. They even made Shock a board member. One guy I met at GPHHA was a law student named Iman. He worked at Rough Nation and took the Where I'm From single to Chris Schwartz and Kevin Glickman, the CEO and presidents of the label. Iman called me and told me that Chris Schwartz loved the song. They wanted me to meet with Shock and I they wanted to meet with Shock and I to discuss a proposition they had for us. Shock, my man Jim, and I went up to the label and had a sit down with Kevin Glickman. They wanted to redo Where I'm From for a promotional song for the Philadelphia 76ers. The Sixers were in the playoffs and had a good shot to go to the championship. So we had to work fast. Y'all know y'all hearing these stories and nothing had really changed. You know what I mean? Things are still working the same way. You know what I mean? You got to get out here and get this networking done, guys. That's the way it works. The Sixers was in the playoff. They was going to the championship. They had a good shot. Kevin called Marcy to tell her that Rough Nation wanted the song for the Sixers and me for a possible record deal. They had her on speakerphone, and we could hear her voice perk up after he told her how hot they thought Where I'm From was. The same song that wasn't good enough for Major Records or Glenn Manco's label. But at that point, their whole situation with Glenn wasn't doing so good. Chris Schwartz was dancing around the office singing the hook. He was on the phone with Pat Croce, the owner of the Sixers, telling him about the song. They put Shock, Jim, and myself in a lounge so I could rewrite the lyrics and add the players' names. They wanted us to go into the studio right away, but first we had to get the masters from Handel at Studio 4. We left Rough Nation to get the masters so we could come back the next day and get started immediately on the project. The next day, we didn't get a call. When I got in touch with Iman, he said that they weren't excited about doing the project anymore. Damn. I was pissed because I felt they wasted our time, and once again, we got capped up to get let down. Damn. We found out later from them that Helen Little put the brakes on the whole situation. By the time she had left Power 99 FM and went to Warner Brothers and Rough Nation Records to oversee the label, we also heard that she didn't even like hip hop. They said she was from Texas and liked country music. All I know is it was the second time that this woman who didn't have a clue about Philly hip hop put a stop to my dreams without giving me a chance. Wow. Even though Helen Little did very little to help my career, she was always nice to me and went on to do great things on radio. When she finally got to see me perform live, she said that she was very impressed and I can appreciate that. That year was also the year of the PMC. They did it in the summertime. The hip hop part of the conference was just as big as the rock side, if not bigger. Since Shock and I had been the urban directors, hip hop really made noise. That year, the keynote speaker was Chris Lighty from Violator Entertainment. We kept the same formula for getting all the big dogs to attend the conference. I was on the street making connections, and Shock was in the office on the phone knocking them down. That year, Exotic D and I tore up every show we did at the conference. We had people from all over the country singing where I'm from. We also made some good connections with a lot of people that attended that year. The PMC went out with a big bang because the last one was the best one I ever been to. It was a good year with a lot of ups and downs. Shock had another successful Philly Urban Legends Award, and we found out the legends really appreciated finally getting recognized. Shock and I got lots of props for doing what we did for the community and hip hop in general. People started calling me the hardest working man in Philly hip hop. The dream was coming together, but I knew I had so much further to go. I refused to quit until I got total fulfillment and achieved all my goals. One of these goals was to put out a full-length album. Chapter 6. From Breath to Untouchable. It must have been manager season again because another set of managers came out the woodwork. Through my man Jim, I met Rob, Butter, and Austin. He was introducing me to Rob at first to talk about management, and Butter stepped in claiming he could do the job better. Rob seemed too busy for me at the time, so I gave Butter a shot. But he messed up when he couldn't get Mark and I into a Busta Rhymes after party at Club Brave New World. We ended up getting in on our own with Split Star because we knew Busta and his squad from way back. We knew Busta and stuff like that. Sweet Chuck was there and got us into VIP with Busta Rhymes and the Flip Mode Squad, the Outsiders, and the Power 99 FM crew. It was funny because everybody Butter tried to introduce me to, I already knew. Buster even showed Mark and I crazy love. Then Butter ended up getting kicked out of VIP somehow, and that was the end of that deal. One day, Rob called and agreed to meet me and check out some of my material. He liked my flow, but he didn't dig the production. He told me what he wanted to change and talked about all the things he could do for me, but I never heard from him again. Then came Austin, who knew Rob and Butter from throwing parties together. He was a well-spoken, college-educated cat. He heard the same CD Rob did and liked the whole thing. He had a company called Kaleidoscope Entertainment. and he promoted parties. I met G from the Ram Squad at one of his parties. They all were promoters that had some connections, but they did not know a thing about the music business. I tried, once again, to get management, but I accepted the fact that it must not be meant to be. All that happened around the time I met my daughter's mother, Jemal, at one of my shows, and she seemed really excited about dating a rapper. I thought she was really mature for her age, so we started dating seriously. I was starting to get frustrated with the rap game because I had my demo trying to figure out which song would be the follow up for Where I'm From. Ex- Exotic D and I were still performing, but I spent most of the time chilling with my girl and playing spades with the Chester crew. We still called ourselves the PCC. One day while hanging in Chester, my homie D Mose, who was the oldest of the PCC, asked me when was the last time I wrote anything. That made me think because I hadn't written a new rhyme or song in a while. I felt burnt out from rapping, especially after I always seemed to be on my way and then got a monkey wrench thrown in my plans. Demos also reminded me of all the things that I had accomplished. That's what woke me back up, and I became driven again. The whole PCC must have woken up after that because we all left Chester to do our own things. My homies didn't see me for a while. I had dreams to chase. Give me a second, y'all, man. This is long. It's a good book. I'm loving it. I'm loving it. But it's hot. It's hot in here for some reason. And actually, it's me going through it. I'm getting through it though. We're gonna make it. We're gonna make it. One morning I got an email from a guy named Tim Savage. He was saying how he wanted to throw a big show called the Philly Blaze with all the Philly hip hop artists on it. I called him on the phone and told him I'd help him out with it, but I had to be one of the performers. He told me he met me through Doughboy when we used to hang out at Westchester University. He had even still had a copy of the regulated 6 minutes cassette that we had given him. My homie Bobby De Niro hooked me up with the mp3.com site, and Tim said he also bought my new CD from mp3.com. He basically said he was down with whatever I wanted to do at the show. I turned him on to the GPHHA because that's where all the Philly hip hoppers were once a month. In the beginning, the GPHHA meetings were full. Shocked invited a lot of his associates in the music business to attend the meetings, and they would come. He was still on the board with Disco Dave, MC Breeze, and Funk Wizard Snub. Tim Savage started coming to the meetings, connecting with everybody. Most of the people that I'm cool with now, I met at those GPHHA meetings. We spent a lot of time in the meetings, introducing ourselves and hearing MC Breeze talk about these old days. Then after the meetings, everybody would log on to phillyhiphop.com and conversate on the message board. The website and the message board got real addictive. At first, they were full of useful information, local CD reviews, and instant access to other artists. A lot of the local performers promoted their shows on the message board. Tim promoted the Philly Blaze, and Sonia Styles promoted her weekly events. I got cool with cats like Lex, Metaphors, Diatribe, Easy J, Skin, and a lot of other local artists. After a while, the boards turned cliquish and full of gossip. A lot of friends became enemies messing around on the message board. The Philly Blaze came around and it was the bomb. That event established Tim Savage as a major promoter on the independent music scene and it established me as a major performer on the independent music scene. Doughboy was my DJ for the night because he wanted to show his skills off to the Westchester buddies. To his West. Okay, he's here. All right, guys. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get another track, and I'm gonna let this man in the door. All right. So we're gonna play this in a second. We're gonna let him in. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna do something.
We did a lot of partying and rump shaking. Let's talk about something real. There's a war on this side. Do I let it go? Do I let it ride? There's a war on this side. Why I go left when I want to do right? There's a war on this side. I start side. There's a war on this side. Do it right there and everything will be tied. There's a whole lot of hell somebody put me in heaven. ASAP, I'm in need of a blessing. Life is a lesson and the teacher is hard. I hate to be stressing, I'm believing in God. I got a good job and a couple of kids. The more that I make, man, the more that I give. If it ain't one thing, I swear it's another. Get one thing going and two things coming. I don't like the grumble. Happy go lucky. Got to look at the mamas people want to want me. The road is funny, but I strive to drive. Even though I can't think of the DUI. My eyes seen the light, but the road I know. It's like down the pond and I must be some. Once I step right, then it's on. Don't give me nothing that I didn't deserve.
All right, y'all. Let's see who we at. We're gonna stop it out.
You on the other thing too?
Uh-huh.
You on Facebook too?
We on everything. We on 8 platforms at one time.
I just want to share.
So it's like
I want to share it to my page. It's cool, yo. You're almost done.
We almost done. You want me to keep reading?
It's up to you. I mean, this way, this.
I should have did it in 3 days.
This is the drama part of the book.
I
said this is the drama part of the book.
Good.
Yeah, this is the crazy part.
Alright, then we gonna keep.
I mean, it's good
reading.
up until this point, and then hearing you read it, right? It's like listening to it, and I'm picturing it like a movie. I mean, it's like it's just dope hearing somebody else read it.
That's dope. I'm trying to get to. I said, let me come in an hour early because the book is good. Like, but before we get going to it, like, I can see this stuff.
Yeah,
you know, as you talk about it, and as you see some of them people that you talk about, I know, been around and met through you, you know what I mean?
Right.
And like, I'm like, yeah, that's how it goes. That's like how you gotta do it. That's where you're supposed to go.
Somebody from the area could really appreciate the book because they grew up. This Philadelphia hip hop.
They need to all be listening.
Yeah, exactly.
They need to all be listening. But those who aren't here now, they're going to see it because they come back later. It's on the website. I recap stuff all the time. I learned that from Nina Capone. All right. Repurpose.
That's another I met her on that school too.
I learned that from her. You got to repurpose. I got a cooler right there, some water and some soda in it if you're thirsty.
No, I just wanted to make sure I reshared the thing to my pages.
Okay.
I just want, like you said, you got to share.
I've been sharing everywhere. Well, I lost where I'm at. All right, we're gonna start right back here. Okay, so I did right here. Okay. You can read with me if you wanted to.
That's right.
Yeah, this is great. So just to let you know, that light right there, that's the camera. It, you know, it got the mic is in there and everything picks up good. 100. Go right here.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. Great job.
I can read though. All right, we going because 7 is supposed to jump in and help me talk to you. He said I sent him the thing 3 times. He up on there. He said he's here. Frills in the building.
No frills.
Yeah, people's watching.
Let them play.
Right. The Philly Blaze came around and it was the bomb. The event established Tim Savage as a major promoter on the independent music scene, and then established me as a major performer on the independent music scene. Doughboy was my DJ for the night because he wanted to show his skills off to his Westchester buddies. We killed it, as well as the other artists Tim booked that night. That's where I first saw, how you say his name? Diatribe?
Diatribe is a
Diatribe.
band out of
Okay.
Delaware, out of Westchester, actually.
All right, Infinite and our friend Kufnot. Kufnot. I'm glad you're here because I'm messing names up. Kufnot's new band. Subtle Ground and Mr. Blackson from Harrisburg performed. My good friend, the legendary Perry P., who was the A&R at Antra, and a couple of his groups performed. The Cold Crush Brothers, Delight from Stetsasonic, the Prophets of the Ghetto, and everybody from the GPHHA were in the house. It was the first of many successful shows that I did with Tim Savage. Doughboy and I got cool again right after he went to jail, right before he went to jail. He produced his night's track for me, and we were going down to Philadelphia International Records to hang with my man, Pop Huff. Oh, Pop, the legendary Leon Huff's son. That's right. Doughboy, because that's what my artist recorded. It was recording at Pop Studio.
Yeah, that's my man.
With Mike Jones.
We go back.
Yeah. He wouldn't give me no interview, though. He wouldn't give me no interview. I tried.
Pop blow it up.
Pop would not give me an interview. We ballin' and some other joints. Oh, damn. Yeah, he produced that shit. It was hot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Shock had produced like 6 new songs for me. One was Where You From, the remix to Where I'm From. Oh, okay.
That's what you just heard, actually.
Yeah. I was wondering, I was like, because I was hitting it real quick. I didn't get a chance to even.
The original, this was out before digital video.
Yeah, and stuff.
It's gone. It's on record. You don't got the record or the original CD?
You ain't getting it.
You ain't getting it. The actual picture on the cover of the book, this is the actual record.
Oh, okay.
That's the actual record. Where I'm from. The original Where I'm From record. That this makers did.
This makers, yeah.
So the book is kind of actually wrapped around that whole era, that whole song.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mike from Big Boss came back around to tell me about Mert and his new studio in South Philly. He let me get this song that I did with Technique called I Used to Love Her, that Mert remix. I was gathering all my material so I could put together a new demo package. That's when an old friend came back in the shops in my life. Around the time, how you say, Jemal? Around the time Jemal was pregnant with my daughter Olivia, so I was spending a lot of time with her. I knew that I was getting ready to have a kid, so I wanted to get my career moving in the right direction. Yeah, because he blew the other girl. I decided that I needed a manager to help me out at this point because I had a lot to deal with. I was still doing Word on the Street for Urban Expressions, and I was still doing shows with Exotic D. I wanted to get my new demo package together for the labels and press. To top it all off, I didn't have a job, and my money was low. Shock was my main man, but his schedule was as busy as mine. After the PMC, he started doing his own monthly workshops, and he still had clients coming into the studio regularly. He also had to spend some time with his wife, Lenice. That is when Danielle started coming around. She was a 13-year-old rapper that was down with Darkside Productions back in the day. She had graduated from Temple, had a son, and was working full-time at the Youth Study Center. She and a partner started managing some artists and were coming to shop for advice on certain things about the business. Shock and I were happy to see her again after all those years, and we were willing to help her in any way we could. She was putting on a showcase of her artists and wanted me to perform. I did it, and it was a hot show. I performed Rock the Mic for the first time, which was a song Shock and I had just recorded. After the show, Danielle and I stayed in touch online. Danielle hit me online one time and she was real upset. She told me she got rid of all her artists and was ready to quit the game for good. She was a real good manager to her artists and she had some knowledge of the business. She was really aggressive and willing to learn. She had graduated from Temple with a degree in radio, television, film, so she was qualified to be a manager. I asked her to come with Shock and I to help us at Darkwater Entertainment. She did, and Shock had her working on different things like proposals, getting sponsorships, and mailing packages out. She asked me one day, where was my package at? I had bios and press at Shock's studio. I needed more promo pictures and to decide what songs I was going to use for the actual demo. I had seen Danielle was ready to get to the hustle of business, like shows, meetings, and promotions. So I asked her to be my manager, and I told her with me she would see the hustle. Okay, she was down for it. Plus, we trusted each other. The only thing that may have been concerning was that she didn't have any connection, but it didn't matter because I did. Between Urban Expressions, the PMC, and the GPHHA, I was plugged into everything moving in the city. I needed her to manage all the things that I had going on, and my plan was to introduce her to every connection that I had. So she became a full-time manager, and I wanted to show her that she had a hot artist. I wanted her to see that I'm a versatile, all-around entertainer. After the Philly Blaze, Diatribe invited a few artists to come to Westchester and perform with them. It was Exotic D, me, Infinite, and Mr. Blackstone. When she saw how Exotic D and I got the crowd, which was all white, to go crazy, she went crazy shouting, "We're about to be rich." And to show her it wasn't a fluke, we had a show in Philly with a promoter named Rick Watson from World-Renowned Entertainment. We had the same result, except for the crowd was all black. There, we got reconnected with Mike from Big Boss and Mert. We needed some CD duplication and mastering done, and they had the equipment at their studio in South Philly to get that done. Mark and Shock were both happy with the work that Danielle was doing for me. She made it so we all could do what we were supposed to be doing. Shock could produce, Mark could promote and chill, and I could finally fall back and move around as an artist. Although no matter who my manager was, I was always going to be a major part of my own business, which was all good then because I had all the connections. As far as the administration, she was the bomb. First thing she did was make sure I had my package ready to go. She got the pictures straight, pressed together, and my CD mixed and duplicated. Since she would work from like 6 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon, she was available for most of my shows. I took her to a few school tour shows with me. That's where she met Tay Quill. He was an R&B singer that I met at the Regulators 6 Minutes video shoot a while back. We did a few songs together with Shock, and he was on I Used to Love Her, and one Technique produced, and Mert, he redid it. Yeah, they was working on that.
He's getting it in.
And y'all was getting it in. I hooked him up with Malik, and he replaced South Street. Oh, the hell. He replaced South Street on the school tour. Danielle started handling his business shortly after that. After that first show in Westchester, Diatribe took Exotic D and made to damn near all their shows. They were a hot hip hop band that played all over Westchester, Delaware, New Jersey, Philly, and New York. And we would perform what is known as the halftime show in between their sets. I even performed with them on New Year's Eve at the TLA on South Street. Mike from Big Boss had us performing with their groups in Atlantic City, and that is how we met Carrie, the owner of the Bear Exposure Strip Club in Atlantic City. Oh, y'all met her?
Yeah.
I know what that's like. I never met her. She had shot take promo pictures of her group of Fresh Nasty. Mike was their road manager, and Mert produced their album. We even did different shows that members of the GPHHA put on, but we mostly did Sonia Styles and Tim Savage's shows. The year was 2002, and things between Danielle and I were working out great. We were like the dynamic duo. I would get the access to get into different clubs, events, and shows, and Danielle would do the networking. This was the year we planned on releasing a full-length album, so we went to gather material for the future project. We did a lot of connecting with different cats. If that chair is small, you can use it.
Oh, it's fine.
All right.
My ass.
We did a lot of connecting with different cats at the GPHHA meetings, and every member had something to offer. The GPHHA was full of resources, but it wasn't good with everything. What? But it wasn't all good with everything in the GPHHA.
Drama.
Really?
Here you go.
It was
It's
pretty-
about to go down. The book is about to
because everybody was in the GPHHA, and you couldn't even get in there. It was crowded.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah, I read that.
Here's the, this made it all.
I never did.
This when the fan, just, you know, get the,
A
my
beef
life is
started.
full of fans getting hit.
Dang.
A lot of shit hitting fans.
Well, the beef started between Dark World Entertainment and some of the board members of the GPHHA. And it was like they were jealous of the knowledge Shock and I had about the business. MC Breeze and Funk Wizard Snow were the pioneers, but they didn't have a clue as to how the rap game was being played then. What made it worse was when the GPHHA members would turn to us for advice and not them. Some harsh words were exchanged on the message boards between them and us over a promoter we were cool with named Robin White. Robin is a promoter that we work with at the PNC, and he must have said something that they did not like at the GPHHA meeting. They decided to dog him on the message boards, and Shock and I weren't having it. After that, Shock resigned from the GPHHA board, and they replaced him with Malika Love, who is cool as hell. Shock decided to remain cool with all the members, but he stopped dealing with MC Breeze and Funk Wizard Snow. Their behavior really shocked us because I looked up to both of them from back in the day, and Shock gave Breeze a Philly Urban Legends Award the year before. They had it out for us ever since the beef began, but they didn't stop us.
Couldn't
They
stop.
couldn't stop, y'all.
Couldn't stop.
Couldn't stop us. Every year our stock went up and their reputations got worse. That was one war that nobody got between. Being the leaders of the GPHHA, people were scared to cross them. Danielle and I still went to the monthly meetings just to piss them off. Besides, they couldn't stop us from coming because all the members liked us and respected us. Around the time my girl was about to give birth to the baby and to earn extra cash, I was rolling with my man from New York named Abdul Rashid.
Rest in peace, bro.
He was down with the Rough Riders and pimping on the side. We met on the set of Crime Partners and had been cool ever since. When he had something going on in New York, I was there. And when he brought his girls to Philly, I would hold him down. We took over a private strip club from my man Casanova. Casanova was a cat that did local amateur porn films, and we held a strip club down for him. All the girls loved this song. All the girls loved the song I did with a female rapper named Dez. The song is now famous. Do That Shit. And Casanova even put the song in a few of his porn films. Damn. You was putting your hands in everything you could.
Yo, whatever it took.
Whatever it took. Shock produced this hot beat, and he wanted me to do a nasty rap to it. I wrote my part, and we needed a hot chick to do it with me. We tried Muggs, but she was too gangster to do something that nasty. That's when we got Dez. She was a girl we met at the BNC a couple years earlier. She was working with my man C Knowledge, aka the Doodle Bug of Digital Planets. Okay, he was the Doodle. That's the man. Yeah.
My God.
We connected again at the last PNC, exchanged numbers, and somehow we got back together just in time to do the song, and the rest, as they say, was history. Not too long after that, a kid named Lex wanted to do a song with me. Lex was a white kid that had lyrics of fire. We did the song, and it was a banger. It was called Can't Blame Us, and I needed that for my upcoming album. We also needed new songs, so we found Technique, and he laced me with a hot beat and hook. The song was called Walk With Me, and he made me spit in every unique way. And then we hit New Jersey to holler at, well, use your phone. He can't get on. He uses his phone.
He can't read anyway. It's all right.
I gotta hit him there.
That's my other DJ, DJ 7.
7. He wants to go. He coming in the time. Use a phone. A messenger. I sent it twice to his messenger. His StreamYard ain't working. You don't have to go on the StreamYard. He can't hook up with me on here.
He said he's driving too.
He's driving. Well, why would your StreamYard work? See, when you're driving, your signal gonna mess up. I told him to come in like 7 o'clock. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Because he's picking Mel up from work. Mm-hmm. So I told him. You have to pick Mel up. So all right, he lost me. Where we at?
Up there, 106 to the top.
Yeah.
Then we hit Jersey.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Then we hit New Jersey to holler at Infinite for some beats. He hooked me up with a song that was one of my favorites on the album, Bring It Back. It was the only track that we paid for, but he gave us a good deal that included the beat and mastering the whole album. We had the song that Merc redid for us, and all those shot songs, including Where I'm From and I'm With It. I actually didn't know I didn't know we were really putting out an album. I thought we were just collecting songs just in case a miracle happened.
Walking by faith, not by sight.
Yeah. At a GPHHA meeting, Danielle made an announcement informing everybody that I had a new single and a full-length album coming out. She got the money up for it too. And this is why I started calling her the pit bull, because she was aggressive and on the ball. Wow. We went through disc makers for the records and W Incorporated for the CDs. Shock and I had a real good relationship with both disc makers and W. Every project we did in the past came from disc makers, and we knew the brothers of W from the PMC. The single was going to be Walk With Me, produced by Technique, Do That Shit, produced by Shock, and Bring It Back, produced by Infinite. W Inc. was handling the full-length CD. It was a 13-song set called Breathe. I named it after a song Shock had produced on the album, and because it was a breath of fresh air for the rap world. Wow. Also, after finally releasing the full-length album of my work, I felt like I could finally breathe again. W hooked us up with our barcode, Lex, the artwork, Shock, and Dark World Entertainment was the label, and Danielle executive produced the project under Pitbull management. All we had to do now was wait. Before we put out our album, my daughter Olivia was born on March 9th, 2009.
2002.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's all good.
2002. My eyes is getting like
Understand?
2002. That was the
That's what we call
happiest day of
binge
my
reading.
life. Yeah. That was good though. Reading in 2 days, that's good.
That's
That was the
crazy.
happiest day of my life. She was born on the same day that my man Notorious Big got killed on, so I called her Life After Death. Oh. I was there with her mother through the whole pregnancy, all the way up to the delivery. She never did get used to the fact that I went head first into the music after my daughter was born, but I had to get my career and my money right. May 2002, Breathe, the album was ready for the streets. First, we got the records and hit every DJ that I knew of with 2 copies each. We put the wax in the 2 major record pools in the city, DJ Rand's Philadelphia Disc Masters and Cool DJ Frank's Needle record pool. Then we had a single release party at Eden Rock on South Street. Urban Expressions had a regular Wednesday night party called the Wing Bling. So we just added our party to their night. I invited everybody, and it seemed like everybody came. C Knowledge, Dice Raw, Technique, Prophets of the Ghetto, and a lot of the other crews. Urban Expressions and Grand Hank of the Grand Hank Science Lab came out. The legendary Bruce Webb took pictures for the Scoop newspaper. My girl and her friends were looking good. We partied hard, and the DJ played our record all through the night. To prepare for the actual album, my man Damon Williams did a nice story on me in the Philadelphia Daily News. Damon has the hip hop column in the paper. He did nice stories on Shock and me before, but this one meant the most because it introduced my official full-length release. The next week, a bigger picture appeared to me in the Philadelphia Daily News, announcing my album release party and the artists I had performing. My man Sporty Smith of Be For Real Management let us use his entertainment complex to have the party. The only thing we had to pay for was the sound, and since he didn't charge me for the spot, I wasn't allowed to charge my guests. So we made it a free concert to the public. People came all night long. My mother and father came. Danielle's mom and sister came wearing Supreme t-shirts that they made. Okay. Dr. Shock was in the house, and Danielle gave me a big cake with the album cover on it. I had Lex, Two-Face, and the PA system. Infinite, Prophets of the Ghetto, and Diatribe performed on the bill with me. For my set, Exotic D held it down on the tables and Des Rip do that shit with me. It was hard to do that nasty song. It was hard to do that nasty song in front of my parents, but I'm a true professional, so I did that shit. What they say.
Oh man, he was like, boy.
I know they were, but they loved it. They were so proud of it.
Proud man.
My man Mike Dennis from Bring That Beat Back got it all on tape for me. It was good to see Stress and Havoc, Take Quill, and everyone else that showed up to support me. We put the album in all the Fern locations, which was all the local mom and pop record shops and retail chains ran by my man Marty Gibbs of Sounds of Norristown. Diatribe took some albums to put in a few stores in Westchester and Delaware. We got the Man on the Street promotion gang, Big Phil, to handle the streets for us. Big Phil, who worked for High Power Promotions, put the posters that Lex made in all the record stores downtown. He put them on display on the front doors, all over the walls of the stores, and on poles out in front of the stores. He only charged us about $200 for a job that he charges major labels $1,000 and up. We needed him too, because I found out that major labels have to pay record stores for prime locations to place posters. Yeah, the better the display, and that's why you don't see nothing. And location, the more money you have to pay. That's right. So you put that soon as somebody, it's right, like it's right here, we here, and that's what you're looking at. That's the money spot.
Yo, dude was like, I said, yo, why we can't put our stuff in the windows in the front of the store? He was like, each window is paid for by a record label. Like Virgin Records,
people don't know that.
Rockefeller,
yes,
on the front,
yes,
the front of the record, the
yes.
little boxes that you put someone you can listen.
Yes.
Them listening bays, they cost money.
Listen, the labels and the industry, they take everything, y'all. If you have an idea, you better make a move on it, because I went to the sneaker store and I'm like, yeah, you're in a little mall. We can hang out here on the sidewalk, do a little show or whatever. Right. What's the name? You know what they told me? DJ Khaled, you can't. They got all the music in here. Snipes.
Yep.
Snipes.
Yep.
I was like, okay.
I learned. That's why I learned. Like, man, you really need it, but you can get around all that by knowing a Big Phil. Because Big Phil got to do he got to do the major labels anyway, so he would put our stuff right next to the major label.
That's crazy.
My stuff is right by Cash Money and Supreme. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's crazy.
But that was from the relationship that we had for the past 10 years that we know each other. Like, I still know him. Like, if I ever got a record or anything, but now everything's digital. He like, yo, let me get the copy. Like,
yeah.
Let me get this, because I'll pass out your flyers for you.
It's a little different.
Right.
Yeah.
Do a little bit more now on your own than you could back then. Back then you had to play the game. So
he took the CDs to give them out on the street at special events like Power 99 FM Sisters Convention. And Shock and I went to Power 99 FM to promote the record. And Pooch, Mikey Dread, and Uncle Ub showed us love. They said, out of all the times I've been on their show with other artists, it was good for them to see me promoting myself. They also gave me props for putting on a hot show during the school tour. We got love from 103.9 FM also. We even got love from satellite radio. My song with Lex charted for weeks on the Wonder Twins Top 40 list. Ronnie Ron of the franchise and Grand Richard Rasheen from 96.5 FM. And Wiz and Jers from 92.9 FM gave us great interviews and spins. Things were going so well that we decided to shoot a video for Do That Shit. We didn't complete it, but we got some hot, sexy footage from Gary's strip club, bare exposures in Atlantic City. We were doing some major shows also to promote the album. Tim Savage gave a major event at the TLA on South Street starring Prophets of the Ghetto, Diatribe, Grand Agent, MC Knowledge. Easy J's and I were the hosts, and I performed Do That Shit with Exotic D and Dez also. It was another installment in the Philly Blaze series, and the place was packed. Diatribe, the Prophets of the Ghetto, and I started getting booked to do a lot of shows together that year. In my opinion, we were the hottest acts on the scene at that time. We did a city paper event at the 5 spot, and Danielle got us all booked at the Youth Study Center.
You know the Prophets of the Ghetto, that's all purposes.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how long me and Perk been getting down together.
That's the Heisman.
Back then.
Damn. We were all over the place. Rashid of New Millennium Sound, who is now the current president of the GPHHA, used to book us a lot also. He had Industry Tuesdays before Larry started doing his. Damn. He kept us booked at his events at the Terminal Bar on 69th Street, G's Black House on 52nd and Lancaster Avenue, and every Woodstock picnic he threw in the parks. I like doing his shows a lot because he provided the best sound. It wasn't all love for me and my album, though. Funk Wizard Snow threw a lot of hate our way on that damn message board again. Hell. They got it, and you and him got into it about your album. He said, my show and our songs aren't that hot, and that's why he never booked me on any of his events.
Wow, we went to war.
I got really heated, so he asked any member on the message board to review my album. People started answering him by saying that they liked my album and my performances. That must have really pissed him off because he banned me on the message board and put the worst review of my album on the homepage of the site. Oh my gosh.
Early internet.
Early. He lost a lot of credibility after that, and a lot of the members expressed their anger and disappointment on his own message board. I was really angry about the review until people on the streets were like, the hell with Funk Wizard Snow. I had so much going on for me that nobody like Snow shouldn't have been able to bother me. After that Punk moved, he stayed away from me. Any event that we both were supposed to be at, he would mysteriously get sick and wouldn't show up. I always gave him credit for selling more CDs for me because after the review, people hustled to buy it to see what all the fuss was about. Yeah, that was some good promotion.
Yeah, thank you, Snow. That's my man, man. We friends, man. We good.
Yeah, I know you let everything go. You got to. Shortly after that, we got an opportunity to get the album in Tower Records. A cat I met at the PMC named Champ Simmons was
Champagne.
Oh, that's how you say it?
That's how you say it.
Champ with a E, champ. As my kids would say, Champ.
Oh, your name is Champ.
Your name's Champ.
Champagne.
Champagne Simmons was working for Schoolie D's manager, Lawrence Bracey. He plugged me into Schoolie D and Lawrence, who loved the album. Champagne had the hook up with Tower Records and got them placed in 2 Philadelphia stores. We actually sold out the Tower on South Street twice. After a show at La Taza, I ran into my man G, the road manager for Ram Squad. I gave him the album, and he said he could get me a deal. He took Danielle and me to New York so we could meet with Craig Davis from Jive Records. I knew Craig when he used to work for Power 99 FM. He listened to the album and liked 5 cuts that could have been singles. G was one of the many people that heard the album and gave us a helping hand. Also Perry P, who I like because he always kept it real about my music. He thought it could have been mixed better, but he finally liked something that I gave him. That just showed me that it was a good album with plenty of potential. I was still doing my thing with Urban Expressions, and by now, I was really comfortable with the camera. Keith from up the block had given me great advice about my delivery, the word on the street. What do Keith know about music?
Keith was a rap artist.
Was he?
Yeah, he was in a group called Soldiers of the Ill, and then he got the hook up with Urban Expression and been hosting Urban Expression forever. And now he do comedy. And he funny, like super funny.
I know, because I used to hang out with them.
And now he do the comedy college, so everybody just found their way at Urban Expression. Shelly Shell still on TV, you know what I'm saying?
Wow. Yeah.
Y'all get together for all the reunions. Yeah, but he did help me out a lot with the TV thing because he was like, I was stiff. First couple of words on the streets, I was really, like I said, I never wanted to be on TV. I got used to it.
That's what he said. He gave you that great advice. He told you to talk to the camera like you're talking to your best friend. I did what he said, and I talked to every camera like I was talking to Mic Check, and ever since that I have been doing real cool on TV. I did the word on the street with Shelly Shell, Monica, and Skull. And as time went on, I started to do more interviews with different stars. My rep from being on TV really started to grow. I did a classic show with Michael Cord on Philly Live and Exotic D, and I was featured on Grant Hank's Science Lab. I probably saw you. You know that?
I'm sure.
Yeah, I think I saw you. I don't, you know what I mean? But I'm sure, because I saw some of this stuff. I was getting parts in movies because I was on TV. I got a role in a Tim Green movie called Raekwon's Cuties and Rick Watson's soon-to-be-released film, Genocidal Behavior. I was also in a film called The Saints and an upcoming film called Polonius with my man E.S. Connery. The busy year of promoting the Breath album was winding down. Danielle had started managing Taquil and Dez also. Taquil and I were doing a lot of Rick Watson shows. Rick Watson held an independent award show, and my album Breathe won Album of the Year. Des and I were doing shows in Reading, PA, with DJ Johnny V and Exotic D, and I was still doing the halftime show for Diatribe. They had a weekly gig at the Rocking Chair in Sea Isle City, New Jersey, near Atlantic City. Exotic D was winning a lot of DJ competitions that year. One of them was for 103.9 FM, where he beat out 15 other DJs. He won a chance to spin on Jay Ski's Pure Elements show on 103.9 during a Greek picnic weekend. At this point, we were getting paid for everything we did nothing less than $100. Y'all was balling.
Baller.
Y'all was balling.
He
That
said
buck.
$100 and up. We wasn't even talking to.
Balling on the buck. Now that we started making moves, I wanted to make things official between Danielle and I. She didn't care if we had a management contract or not because we were working really well with each other, but I didn't want anybody to come in and split us up. I figured if I got one, she got on and she should be getting paid too. Oh, wait a minute. I figured if I got on, she got on and she would be getting paid too.
It's the nice guy.
Right. It's just like a shark to come out and eat off of what somebody else has seasoned. I ain't gonna speak on that. I ain't gonna speak on it.
I'm saying that's the Philly way. I guess the Jersey way too. Right?
It's every way.
It's everybody.
It's every way.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah. That was the Philly way. That was the next sentence.
Shaq right on into that.
Plus, cats think they can get over on a woman, and dudes always want to play the sex game when dealing with a woman in business. I knew a contract between us would eliminate all of that. So I went to Marcy and Jess to draw up a management contract for Danielle and I. Y'all didn't, reason why we don't have contracts and stuff with these old artists that we have and stuff because none of us have any money. You know what I mean? But y'all didn't think of it that way. We thought,
I was thinking,
you ain't got no money. I ain't signed nothing.
I was thinking loyalty.
Yeah.
Because we was making money. We was in it together.
Yeah.
We started from zero.
Yeah.
To
that's what we have.
But nowadays it's like
stronger.
You gonna pay me for everything I do. If I put me on for $300 a week, I'm your manager. Right. But you're paying me as we go along. As opposed to back in the days, you get 10% of what I make.
Yeah.
And that is just a different ballgame. Everybody want money. Pay me, I'll manage you. I don't need no man. I don't need no manager now if I got paid.
So once again, we were all cool again and all was forgiven. They were back in my corner with support and free legal services. They really felt bad about the label situation between Shock, them, and I. They explained that they were forced by investors to use Glenn Manco and his artists. They said he spent so much of their money on nothing that he almost put them in the poorhouse. Their label, Majera, had least put out a country singer, but Glenn's label, how you say that?
Bosu. It don't matter. They never come out with nothing
any artist.
Let me stop hating. God is good.
No, but you got the story to tell because, like, you gave everybody a play. You played with everybody.
Yeah, they roadblocked me. But it's all good. I'm here. I'm still here. I ain't.
That's it.
You don't know where none of these people are. None of these people are around. Almost none of these people. The real ones are still here.
The real ones are still here. That's what matters. That's right. Okay, so they didn't release any artists. What is really funny about the story is when we saw Glenn, he blamed them for the label flopping. Once they saw the success we were having with Where I'm From, they released everything to Shock and I. I personally believe the outcome would have been totally different if Shock and I ran their hip-hop label. We really liked and trusted Marcy and Jess, so we forgave them. Anyway, Marcy hooked up a fair 2-year, 15% management agreement with a 3-1-year option. She was a songwriter, so she made sure my writer's royalties could not be touched. If someone wanted me, they would have to buy Danielle out. I felt if we signed that, we would be protected from the snakes. Danielle looked it over while Marcy explained the whole thing word for word. She, Danielle, thought it was fair, and we each signed it. That is when we really flexed our muscles as Supreme the Regulator and Pitbull management. Now it was time to get back into the studio. We needed more material for the project, for the next project. Daniel had gotten me and did some beats from my man Frog from Phillywood Entertainment. Frog was a cat I knew from the play that Hollywood had me in. He was an actor and a model from Flavorware. Frog and I were two of the few cats, along with the creator Big Mac, that rocked Flavorware in Philly. Mad Maneuvers was the producer at Phillywood Entertainment, and he produced Get Your Ass Up for me, Anything for This. Diatribe was also in the studio working on their follow-up to their Boondocks album. I recorded Here We Come with them, and Exotic D laid all the cuts for their material. By now, he had stepped up in front of their DJ Dolomite, after he got married. Danielle even found Mert and got a few tracks with Dez and I. He got his own studio around Girard Avenue because Mike and him from Big Boss had a falling out. The last time I saw Mike was at a show he hired me to host in Atlantic City. My man, Spontane, and I held it down, hosting the show for Nori, Styles P, Kia, and Cassidy. The show flopped because they didn't make enough money to pay all the artists, and the only people that went on were Cassidy and some other local acts. There was almost a riot, damn. But they put Danielle and I up in a nice hotel suite that was for artists that did not perform. It was good to see Mert again, and I finally get songs produced by him. We recorded the original Jump It Off, and you can get it. We got some Midwest flavor for the new demo. Dominique Wilson from Chicago produced some songs for Des and I. I met Dominique through General, and I met General a while back at a Rick Watson show. He was signed to R. Kelly's label, Rockin' Records at the time. He also had co-written R. Kelly's song, Fiesta. That's my favorite. Fiesta. Yeah, I love it. We met again at one of our Urban Expressions young adult parties, and he came to give Shelly his new video. General was signed to Black Brown Records at this point and had a single video called No Panties featuring Tank. He took Shelly and I out to eat that night and introduced us to his producer, Dominique Wilson. We hit it off from the start. All of us did, actually. I gave Dominique my album. Is it Dominique?
Dominique Wilson.
Album, and he called it. And he called the next day to work with Des and me. Do that shit. Did it again. The label put Dominique and General up in a nice apartment down the street from my house in Penrose. So the next day, Danielle, Des, and I met Dominique at their crib. He wanted to sign us to his production company, Third Eye Entertainment. And even though he produced under R. Kelly for 8 years and worked for Black Brown Records, he still had to show us something before we signed anything. I made it clear to everybody that wanted to work with me that I was a Dark World Entertainment artist under Pitbull management. Dominique quickly gets Dez and I down to Millennium Studios with Bones and Line. He produced 3 tracks for me. What You Scared Of and Straight Pimpin', featuring General, and What Now, featuring his artist from Boston named Well Connected. I thought Dominique was the type producer that kept my tracks crunk, and he always called me his Petey Pablo because my style was so wild.
You gonna be my Petey Pablo, boy. You gonna be my Petey Pablo.
Oh, God. We started to hang out together at all the strip clubs. I helped him in general with some promotions in Philly. I hooked him up with Damon C. Williams from the Daily News, and I was holding down as hype man on stage. My man Easy Jace booked us to do his suicide cipher at G Black's house, and we ripped straight pimping together. I became cool with General's whole clique. We were chilling hard in this latest video that his boys Smitty and Cease shot. Now Dominique is in LA, General is in New York, each of them doing their own thing. Des was getting cool with them too, but a lot of things they did for her and her career, Danielle was unaware of. She started feeling a lack of trust with Des. People were telling her that they saw Des at different studios, and Danielle didn't know anything about it. Des and Danielle didn't have a contract, so Danielle stopped working with her. She also stopped working with Ty Quill because she felt he needed to grow up as an artist. He was just us. It was just us two again, like it was in the beginning until the next year.
Unknown caller.
Oh my God, bang!
Hit it.
Yeah. What happened to 7? What happened to Instagram? Did he text me? No, that's my girlfriend. She was texting me.
When the phone ring, Instagram come on.
Yeah, on this phone, because they ain't calling the studio phone. Well, it ain't off. It's on there.
Oh, we still alive.
No, this is working everything. Yeah, that's working everything. This ain't working nothing.
Oh, so
We just watch it.
Oh,
Just in case something's happening. I don't know. Oh, you know why? Maybe because we over 2 hours on this. Probably got to restart it. I'm not sure. How long did the Instagram go?
I don't know. I don't really do too much live on Instagram.
All right. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If it's on there, they'll watch. All right, I lost myself messing with that. All right, well, people was telling me. So it was just us two again, like it was in the beginning until next year. Things with the GPHHA took a turn for the worse, and as the year was coming to an end, we already had stopped coming to the meetings after Snow and I first got into it, but I still checked the message boards to see if anybody was talking trash about us. I was still banned, so I couldn't write any messages, but I could still view. Somebody was using a fake name, was talking bad about Danielle and I, and a female MC named Keen. Keen was banned around the time I was, for questioning the almighty MC Breeze and Snow. Since we could not write to defend ourselves, Shock logged on and defended us. That is when Snow jumped in it, disrespecting Shock. He then banned Shock and put a foul cartoon with Shock's head on it, calling it Dr. Shook. He then vowed to destroy Shock's reputation and expose Dark World Entertainment as fraud. That basically made him look like more of an ass than he already did. And of course, they were fighting words to me. I disrespected Snow and his name every chance I got. He always bragged that his site got 1 million hits a month. Well, I told him that my TV show got 2 million viewers a week. He didn't want to go to war with Shock and I. My relationship with MC Breeze was already shaky. This gave him an excuse to kill it. Disco Dave, one of the founders of the GPHHA, asked me to come to a meeting because he wanted to restructure the leadership and let members vote. I went and was optimistic about the future and what the organization could become. Breeze started to have a fit And this time it was about me giving my input and not being a member. He was always mad because I refused to pay the $25 a year membership fee. I only refused because the organization under their leadership never did anything to help the local hip hop scene. It went nowhere fast. I let that slide, but at the next meeting, he told me to leave. I called him and Snow all kinds of nasty names to their faces. Snow did not say a word and got up and left the room. Breeze got into my face and the other members started grabbing him. I told them to let him go because I was ready to smash his ass. After nobody else there had his back about me leaving, he left. Then out of nowhere, he came rushing back and tried to sucker punch me. He is so lucky he missed because I might have slaughtered his ass. Danielle grabbed and pushed him. I left the building out of respect for the members and I told him to meet me outside, but he didn't come. That did it for me as far as any respect that I had left for him. The real sad part about the situation was that a reporter from the Philadelphia Daily News was there witnessing a hip-hop pioneer act a fool, and he didn't care. He knew who they were there and said that bad publicity was better than no publicity. This was the cat that I opened up for at my very first show. His records were one of the first that I ever bought. I was almost as excited about meeting MC Breeze as I was when I met Big Daddy Kane. It's crazy because all of our fallouts was over him not being mentioned on a Philly Urban Legends Award press release. That's what all the fallouts were, because he wasn't mentioned.
Ego.
He had gotten his award at the second annual Philly Urban Legends Award, and his crew B-Force with Disco Dave, Handmaster Flash, Trevor Flash, and Ernie Earn. They got some names. They won it the following year. I smashed that beef with him. Oh, you smashed it. He squashed it. He squashed the beef with MC Breeze when I shook his hand and presented the award to him and his crew that year. I told him in my presentation speech that no matter what we had been through or how he feels about me, I cannot not deny that he was one of the reasons for me rhyming. And then the next year at the 4th annual Philly Urban Legends Awards, which took place after our incident, we shook hands again. So I guess we're cool as long as we continue to show each other respect and stay out of each other's way. Funk Wizard Snow and I are a different story. Shortly after our first falling out over my bad album review, he tried to shake my hand and I turned him down. After that, we never tried to make up again. In fact, he started lying about me some more, claiming that I had threatened him and his family. Wow. You couldn't even print my name on the message board because it got blocked out like a curse word.
Serious. He hated me, man. He hated me.
When anybody asked why they can't type my name, he said because of a legal matter and his lawyer suggested it. Ain't got nothing to do with you because somebody typed your name. Man, you fool.
Yeah.
I always said that God don't like ugly because the more he went out of his way to hate me, the more bad luck he had. Yeah. He has been in some bad car accidents and had a lot of damage done to his body. At the one show we were both at, he tried to ignore me and I ignored him. I thought about how stupid we must have looked. 2 grown men two prominent pillars in the Philly hip hop community acting like kids. I wrote him an email saying I was not mad anymore and how stupid this was, and basically how I wanted to stop the beef. We did not have to like each other, but at least be able to respect one another. I told him if he didn't want to do it for himself, at least do it for all the younger dudes that looked up to his bro. I sent an email to all his peoples to show proof that I was being a bigger man by extending the olive branch. He never replied back, and a couple days later, he was nearly killed in the worst car accident yet. Damn. That's it. Let me take a sip here. Yeah, take a little. Whew. This is a great book, though. I don't want it to be. I like it. I like the story because this is how I learned stuff. I learned from all of y'all. Everybody you mentioned in that book almost that I know. That's right. Those are my idols sitting up there. They got to look at me. Look, I got her over there. Look at the DJs. Look, everybody.
That's my girl. I love her. She's like Supreme. I'm like, man, you know how many times I try to meet you.
She up there. She hiding behind this right here. Right here. Yeah. I know she close. Cause I put the DJs right there. Most of them. Oh yeah, King. I met him, loved him too.
Guys, you early on going to his house.
I ain't go to his house.
I'm just saying, I'm sitting there in his house and he's showing his book. I'm sitting here like, you can't go to his house.
Yeah, that shit's crazy.
From UTFO.
It's crazy. And the thing of it is y'all can't see me. Y'all don't realize this stuff. Like every little nook and cranny that you can get in this networking game, slide in. You don't know what you're going to meet, who you going to meet, what opportunity that's going to pop up at you, and you right there in the right place at the right time.
That's it.
You know what I mean?
Right place, right time, right relationships.
And not just...
and persistence.
Right. Be persistent.
Get in there.
Know where you want to go.
You ain't going to come to your house and knock on the door and say, hey, you want to be famous?
No.
You got to go out there and get it.
Yeah, you got to go out there. Yeah. And labels will come to your house, too. They came to mind.
Oh, yeah.
They will come.
They fill you in the bag, believe me. They do anything they can to get you.
Yeah.
And when they finish with you, they'll kill you, too. Unfortunately.
They will kill you down, too. Don't mess around. All right. The new year was coming. We're almost done, y'all. Look, it ain't even bad. We knocked this off. We gonna knock this off.
And it still got some more drama.
More drama.
Oh my God. Wait till you see how this thing is.
Oh my God. That's what I wanted. The new year was coming fast and we went out with a bang. G's Black House became a hot spot thanks to Easy Jason and Rashid of New Millennium Sound. We did a few of Jason's suicide ciphers, and we were regulars at Rashid's Industry Tuesdays. I even did a show at G's Black House for a GPHHA event, and there was nothing Breeze or Snow could do about it. They booked Diatribe to perform for a GPHHA membership drive, and I went on with them to do our new song, Here We Come. The last show I did there was the New Year's Eve show. It was on a Tuesday, so they made it a Industry Tuesday New Year's Eve bash. I performed with Keen and her band, The Orphans, as their hype man. Then I knocked my set out with a big bottle of alcohol.
Non-alcoholic.
Non-alcoholic champagne. You don't drink.
I don't drink.
Nah, listen, I'm skipping words. You know, my eyes is getting like sometimes. The Prophets of the Ghetto brought it home.
Want to take over?
You want to? What a way to bring in 2003 with a hot show. Go ahead.
Give you a little break.
Go ahead.
The new year began just as the last year ended. Exciting. On New Year's Day, my girl and I were invited to Schoolie D's house for brunch. I had been to Schoolie D's house a few times for different parties he had, but this time was different. Chris Schwartz was there, and we talked about his upcoming movie. Schoolie D wanted to show me his studio. He said he liked my style and wanted to work with me. He had been DJing for a while and was getting into production. His studio was nice, and I could not wait to get in the lab with him and his artist Cheese. But unfortunately, the story of my life. Our schedules were too conflicted. He had a ton of projects and gigs to do, and I was doing my thing with Urban Expression. We did have a few sessions together at his studio, and I was just glad to be around another one of my hip-hop heroes. Schoolie D is my man, and he schooled me on a lot of things about this business. Chapter 7. This is the final chapter, right? No, this ain't the final. This is almost to the final chapter. This is when it hit the fan. Chapter 7, The Untouchable Squad. After that, the beginning of the year was full of close calls and uncertainties. First, my man G from Rand Squad took Danielle and me to Arista Records in New York. Arista Records was starting up a new hip-hop label and was looking for new acts. We met with Sean Guest, and we showed him some video footage of the album release party. We also presented him with the Breathe album and the new demo, but he was stuck on Do That Shit. It looked like it was on again, but they never got the label started. In fact, after that meeting, Arista fired a lot of people and just recently went out of business. We never saw or heard from G again after that. Still looking for him. Really? I started getting sick of hip hop again. It seemed like no matter how good we were or how hard we tried, we never catch a break. I wanted to quit or do something different. I thought about joining Keen's band, The Orphans, or just rolling with Diatribe full time. I was not feeling being a solo rap artist anymore. I had one of the hypest shows in the city. I toured Club Downtown in New York City. I had been on TV and in movies, but none of that could get me a record deal or a national tour. My girl and I broke up. I had a daughter to take care of, and music was not fulfilling me anymore until I became untouchable. We started going to Merck's studio more often for different things. Tyquil was recording there also. Merck did a hot remix for Jump It Off and added Tiger Ranks, his reggae artist, to the song. I could not wait for Tiger Ranks and I to perform it. I took Tiger with me to a show I had to do in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. We did Jump It Off. The chemistry between Tiger and I was incredible because we tore that show up. Tyquil and I had always been together in one way or another performing. We were three hot artists recording at the same studio. Mert had the beats and the sound. Mark and Danielle still managed and promoted me. And Dr. Shock was like the godfather because he had all the knowledge. Tyquil had done a few songs at the studio and needed Tiger and me to do something on a couple of them. The song he and I did was called I Don't Care. It was so hot, I begged Danielle to take him back. She liked the song he did and decided to manage him again. Under Pitbull management, it was Tyquil and I, and then Merck asked Danielle to help him with Tiger so he could get more shows and appearances. That's when I had the idea for all of us to become a squad. I presented the idea to everyone, and after a while, all agreed. It was a good idea. I felt like everybody had a rap crew where only one cat in the crew shine, but we all have a crew where everyone shine. We had a tight studio, which they finally decided to call Hidden Beats. We had a tight management team and a lot of connections. I represented hip hop, Tiger represented reggae, and Tyquil represented R&B. And on stage, we were untouchable. There was no other squad like us in the city. The only other group that came close to us was the band from MTV's Making the Band, as far as the mixing of music genres. I knew if the band blew up, that it would make it better for us because every label will be looking for a squad similar to the band. We knew our success would be through the music we made and the way we got promoted. A lot of t-shirts would be fly. I thought t-shirts would be fly to start with. I got an idea from Freddie Fox. When we met him at Temple, he was wearing a black and white tee with bold white letters promoting his album, and he gave them out to people. They made a big impact on the crowd, and I wanted the same impact, so we ordered a case of black t-shirts with white letters. The front said Untouchable Squad. The back read, It's All About Us. We gave the tees to all our people around the city, and we wore ours to every show or event. I wore mine every chance I got on Urban Expressions, and people were begging to wear our shirts. Then we
still copying that. It's all about us. It's all about us. It's on a lot of t-shirts. I got hoodies and everything. They do that with the voting thing and stuff and all. And
it was a great idea.
That's what
And we could have had
I've got several shirts that say it's all about us.
We would have had the right connection and the right know-how. We would have been able to lock that down. Wow. We could have copyrighted or trademarked that. We would have eaten together.
Wow.
Yeah. Live and learn. Then we put together a hot demo package. Merck took our picture and Danielle wrote bios for the Untouchable Squad. Of course, Mark made and duplicated all our promotional items. Merck had a young producer named Trilogy that worked with him at the studio, and they did all our beats. Tiger, Taquil, and I were still solo artists, but a lot of our songs featured each other on them. The end result was a hot demo package and a nice 10-song CD sampler to give to the streets. Now we had to get the streets on fire, so we gave the CD samplers to everybody. The feedback we got was all good. People kept telling me that we sounded good as a group. The blend of hip-hop, reggae, and R&B was very refreshing. We figured the concept would be very marketable because our sound involved the 3 top-selling genres. We started getting mentions in the paper and local magazines. And my man Damon C. Williams did a little story on us in the Philadelphia Daily News. Apples from the City paper mentioned us in her column. The Beatbox and Audioglyphic magazines gave us a little write-up. The press was being really good to us. Now we had to get the stages on fire. I still had my hookups with this Tim Savage, Rashid, Malik Aziz, and other promoters in the city. Our first real show was a Renner Center grand opening. Oh, Rick Watson hooked us up and we got $50. We did Club 923 and a few block parties in the beginning. But the show that displayed our full talent on stage was the Real Men Cook Show. We rocked a crowd of about 500 people. We did Rashid Dugan's Hoodstock and his group Coup d'Etat album release party at the Wall Street on 52nd Street. Stress and Havoc of Crush Unit Records booked us for their benefit concert for Children's Hospital in Philadelphia. We did Larry Larry's Industry Tuesday, which was Thug City, and we did good. Malik hooked us up on some city community shows, and Simon Rosen got us a show in New York at the club Downtown. Just like I did before by myself, we toured that club up. Exotic D, who had become Diatribe's full-time DJ, had us on a few of his shows that he put on at my man Cosmic Chris' new restaurant. Every show we did that year was a success. We hit radio and TV and received mad love. We hit the underground stations first. Wiz and Jurors from 92.9 FM Street Radio had us in for an interview and played our music. Ronnie Ryan had us on his show on 96.5, his TV show, Franchise Live. He also hooked us up to get on Grand Wizard Rasheen's radio show. We did radio drops for Kim Kane when she was on 103.9 FM, and also the Queen, Lady B, Sirius Satellite Radio Show Street Beat. We were on channels 35, Video Magazine, Video Showcase, and of course, I put us on Urban Expressions. Our buzz was really growing, and we handled ourselves and our business well. Everybody wanted to be a part of us in some way. We met a cat named Anthony through a friend named Nina Capone. He was an event coordinator for BET. He was a real go-getter and very outspoken. He and Danielle did not see eye to eye on things at all. So we ended up going our separate ways. Then there was Frog from Phillywood. I ran back into him one day and told him what we were up to. He no longer had his studio, but he still had a lot of connections. He got down with us for a while. Him and his homie Tyrone hit the streets hard promoting the Untouchable Squad in the studio. To strengthen our power, all our companies united. The Untouchable Squad, Pitbull Management, Hidden Beats, and Phillywood Entertainment. We all had plans to take the world of entertainment by storm. Merck and Danielle put out a bi-monthly mix CD called Philly Freestyle. It was a free mix CD that featured the best MCs, signed and unsigned, spitting to hot instrumentals. The CD cover had Muhammad Ali on it, and each volume was called a round. Round 1 and 2 featured exclusive Untouchable Squad songs. The last one I was a part of was round 3, and I had a solo verse on that one. For most of the year, we were like family. We laughed together. We went through tough ups and downs, but we had each other's back. But we had each other. It was all about us. So if any members were in trouble, the rest of us had their back. Nobody had a car that year, but I would get my aunt's car to get everybody back and forth to the shows. When we were at studio late at night, which was most of the time, I made sure everyone got home safe. I knew damn well that if my aunt's car broke, that nobody would really help pay for it to get fixed. Hell, sometimes they couldn't even have. Hell, sometimes they could not even give me gas money. Each of us had a drama going on in our personal lives, also, but we were there for each other. That is why I came up with the Untouchable Squad at first, to be a support group, a group to support each other since the business had been so cruel to each of us. We went through baby mama drama, hospitalization, dealing with diseases, getting medication, legal trouble, family matters, money problems, and breakups. Our kids had problems that we had to attend to. You name it, we went through it all within that year. Making the band on MTV had nothing on our lives. Sometimes our problems would make us lose focus of the mission, but there was always an Untouchable Squad member to put your eyes back on the prize. The studio became our refuge. We were there so much that if we were working, we were there so much that if you were looking for one of us, all you had to do was call Hidden Beats. It was hot as hell in the summer and cold as Alaska in the winter, but we loved being there with each other. We played pool in the front and recorded in the back. The squad was asked to come to the studio twice a week for meetings. Wednesday evening were for practice, cleaning up the studio, and recording. Saturday were to check in, pay our weekly dues, and also record. Our dues was $20 a week, each for recording, mixing, mastering costs, supplies for the studio, our demo packages, and overall investment in ourselves.
20 a week, huh?
20 a week. These were the only rules. Be dedicated, come to meetings, and pay your dues.
20 a week, y'all. Can't get that now. 20 a week.
By now, people came.
What's up, Fire Nation in the building?
Hey. By now, people that came to the studio to record would see how together and structured we were. Now, of course, they would want to record for Hidden Beats and be managed by Pitbull Management. They let a few people be down. One was Dez. She came to me and asked me to holler at Danielle to take her back. It was rough, but she realized that Dez was a talented female rapper. Everybody had a girl in their clique, so we added Dez. Then we had a gangster rapper named Papers and a little songbird named Brenda. Brenda was a little white girl that could write and sing her ass off. Frog had his artist. that he was working with, like his cousin from the group As Yet, and a rapper named Tone Trump. The studio got a little crowded, but Untouchable Squad tolerated it. We tried to keep our business tight as the Untouchable Squad. I don't know about the rest of the artists, but Tiger, Tyquill, and I signed production contracts with Hidden Beats and Merc. That way, if any of us got signed using his beats, the label would have to pay him and let him on the project. Trying to be fair again.
Yeah.
We copyrighted all of the songs that we recorded under all our names. We gave our CD to Marcy, and she gave it to a publishing company that would sell the songs to daytime soaps.
Yep.
They liked a few songs from the Best of Three Worlds and sent us a publishing contract where we split the publishing 50-50 between the publishing company. We were all with ASCAP, so if the songs got placed, we would all get paid. I was really feeling that because I had just received my first royalty check for my song Walk With Me from the Breathe album.
How much was it?
About $263.
That was good.
$263 I needed.
That was good though.
Yeah, I remember that. The Best of Three Worlds album was hot and innovative. A lawyer named Veronica Cooper from New York wanted a couple songs that Tyquill wrote for the album for an artist that she was working with. She also wanted to shop Merc beats to Atlantic Records. We had reps from Columbia Records come to the studio to check us out. My biggest critic, my man Perry P, even liked the song as well as the group. He wanted to help us, but he also wanted to manage us. I told him we were assigned to Danielle, and he questioned her connections in the business compared to his. Danielle and he got into it over us, like she did with anybody that expressed interest in managing us. We were loyal, though, and stood by her side. Now, how could something so together fall apart? The tension got built up, and egos played a big part in the downfall. Toward the end of the year, we started submitting songs for movie soundtracks. Frog had connections with Babyface and Tracy Edmonds, and he was sending them our material for upcoming films and projects that they were working on. Frog also hooked us up with the soundtrack possibility with a film involving Lady B. She was going to be in an upcoming film being shot in Philly and wanted us to do the title track, and maybe some other songs would be considered. Frog then hooked us up with his homie Chris that was getting his own show on MTV. We were going for the theme song for his new racing show. Frog gave us a lot of connections that gave us hope for the future. After talking to one of Frog's connections, Danielle had a new mission for us to go for a label deal. She packaged all of our companies, all our music and bios together. And it took a lot of ink and time, but she finally got the master package together. It was tight, very professional. It had every artist she was working with at the time, including in it. Each company had a bio, a mission statement, photos, and bios for each artist. It had all the drops we did for radio shows, as well as the songs we submitted for movie soundtracks. And now it was time to shop the master package to the labels in New York. At this time, we were so hush-hush, nobody knew what the hell was going on. My friend and partner in my career became a different person. Danielle and I used to talk every day on the phone or through the computer. She was my manager, and I could not find her. When I did speak to her, she wouldn't tell me anything concerning my business. We were told to fall back and be artists while management handled the business. What management failed to realize was that anything concerning Supreme and my music is my business. I wanted to be informed about everything concerning me. Danielle also felt that we were replaceable. According to the new knowledge she was getting, as long as she had the producer, the artist could become a dime a dozen. She was at the studio constantly on the computer or at home. Mert liked her at the studio because it was less stress for him and he could just produce. He liked when at least one of us was in the studio with him to make sure everything was cool. But eventually, Danielle never left the studio.
Oh my gosh.
She used to come to all the shows and parties we had to go to, but now it was just Mark showing up. The other artists she managed were more confused than I was. When they needed her and couldn't find her, they would call me because they knew we were so close. But it wasn't like that anymore. When she was missing, I couldn't find her either. The Untouchable squad even started to fall apart. Some of us wouldn't show up on our meeting day, so we couldn't practice, and everybody's dues were not paid up. That made us question our management as well as ourselves. We were not getting any new tracks, but we would be at the studio watching other people get work done. Danielle and Mert were telling us that we weren't tight in the booth and that we were falling apart as a group. That was because the tight structure that we had in the beginning was gone. They just let us run wild, and some of us did just that. Wow. When I'm in the dark, I start making moves on my own. I wanted to put out a mix CD with my material on it. I called Mert and told him what I wanted to do, and he said that he would help me put it together. Then I got a call from Danielle hollering and screaming at me because I wanted to release a mix CD. She told me it was dumb because everybody was doing that. She said that she was trying to release singles from all of us. Also, all of us as solo artists. Then she asked how I was going to release a CD with beats that were not mine. I let it rest and decided to go into the studio and record a song that could possibly be my single. I did not know what her plans were, but I still tried to trust her. Then it all came falling down in the beginning of 2004. The packages were done and Frog set up some meetings in New York. Danielle and Tiger took a trip to New York. I still never figured out why or how Tiger got to go, but I didn't ask any questions. Mert, Mark, and I stayed in the studio waiting for the phone call from Danielle. When she did call, she said they went to Sirius Satellite Radio, Hot 97 FM, Arista Records. She said everyone was feeling Tiger. But she didn't say much about the rest of us. When they got back, everything around the studio changed. It was like everything we did was not good enough. She said that Arista liked Tiger and also Mert's beats, but the rest of us didn't have any hits.
She started sleeping with him. Go ahead.
I don't know.
Keep going.
I didn't put it in.
Good job.
Wait till you hear it. See, you're a woman. So you can say that.
No, right?
I say that it's gonna be.
I said it.
Right. So
it's obvious.
We never cared if a label only liked one of us because we always felt that one could represent us all and kick the door down. Danielle started shopping us as solo artists, and I was glad because I was not feeling the Untouchable squad any longer. We got lazy, lacked focus. We did more getting on each other's nerves than getting things done. The last straw for me was when we had a show and none of the Untouchable squad showed up but me. Thank God I was prepared and did a show solo. We did the MTV track for the guy, Chris, and he liked it. When he came to the studio to pick it up, I found out that Shock and I had submitted a song for his first show, Fast Enough, on MTV. We exchanged numbers and everything was cool, or so I thought. Then I finally, after a couple of tries, recorded what they considered a banger, worthy of becoming a single. Danielle and I went to a couple of shows and things were beginning to feel like old time. Back when it was just her and I. It was very temporary. We were told we were having a mandatory meeting. It was set for February 13, 2004. Everybody was worried that they were going to let us go. And I didn't care one way or the other. The day before the meeting, I had to do an interview with Drag On from Rough Riders downtown at the Marriott.
Okay.
I got Drag On to sign some pictures for the studio, and I found out that his label rep was Sean Guest, the guy that liked us from Arista Records when G took us to New York. He was at Virgin Records now and told me how a lot of people lost their jobs at Arista. He gave me his number to give to Danielle, so I went straight to the studio to drop everything off to her. When I got there, Danielle wouldn't let me in. She told me to go home because I didn't have an appointment.
You know what, girl? Come on.
I thought she was joking, but I found out she wasn't, and I was pissed. This was the place that was like, with an open door policy for us. And Danielle was turning me away like some kind of stranger. I called her phone. I called the studio phone to let her know I didn't appreciate that. No one answered, but I left a message. The mandatory meeting that everybody was supposed to attend was only attended by Ty Quill, Mark, Frog, Danielle, Merck, and I. The issues were about hanging around the studio, artists managing themselves, people borrowing money, paying for studio time, and the Untouchable Squad. Artists were to shut up and let the management manage. She said we had been doing business the Philadelphia way, but now we were going to do it the New York way. In New York, supposedly, the artists don't ask any questions. That topic was directed to me. They were upset that I was too involved in my own business. They didn't like that I knew people and I got the business deal started. They didn't like that Chris from MTV and I exchanged numbers while my manager was not there. Anybody I met while my manager was not there was supposed to get my manager's number. Like somebody busy in the game was going to stop their life to call my manager. The game is you get their number and stay in touch so you can build a relationship.
Yes,
as far as the other topics, no one was to ask to borrow any money from each other. That was for Frog and Ty Quill. Instead of paying dues, we were now to pay for our studio time as we recorded. We only had to pay half the regular price, which was only $25 an hour. We were expected to record each song within an hour. Each song had to be a hit or it would be deleted, and we could not take copies of anything home with us. Then we were informed that the Untouchable Squad was no more. We were being shopped as solo artists. They said if any of the new laws could not be followed by us, we were to find new management. That message was delivered very coldly too. Philly Freestyles 3,
yes, it was,
with my solo verse on it, was about to come out. I wasn't going to make waves until the CD was released.
I know, right? Shit.
That gave them 2 weeks to do something for me as far as management went. If you are telling me to stop what I'm doing, that means you can do better. That means you can do it better. In the meantime, I wasn't going to be caught out there with my pants down, so I went to Shots to put together my own demo packages with Shots' phone number and everything on it. For those 2 weeks, I took a little break. I got back with my Chester homies. We played spades to keep my mind off of this music crap. I gave a few packages to people that wanted one, and of course, I did my work at Urban Expression. By now, I was doing a lot of camera work and more celebrity interviews. So while I was doing Urban Expression, I was making more connections on my own. People were always asking me, why did I leave Shop? I never left Shop. We were still very much a part of each other's lives. We were just doing different things. He was deep into his new website, urbanbeatmovement.com, which was set up to update artists on events, news, legal advice, chat, and a lot of other useful information. He was still doing his workshops, and the Philly Urban Legends Awards were going into its 5th successful year. Shock was everywhere and on everything. I called him the Russell Simmons of Philadelphia. He was also the godfather of my daughter. I did the Untouchable Squad to have something of my own. And Shock was even helping us out with information and knowledge. He was glad when it was over, though. He always said the reason we were successful was because of me and my reputation. I never tried to be the front man of the crew. I wanted all of us to get our shine on our own. But the reality of it was that a lot of doors did open for us because of me. I never wanted the credit for it. Though. On every radio show or TV interview, I gave Shock his props and plugs on all his events. Then I made the interview all about us, not just about me. The word must have gotten back to Hidden Beats that Shock and I were doing some work because Mark got a call. Because Mark got a call one night from Merck telling him that he heard that Shock, Mark, and I were working on a new album. I took the phone and told Merck Shock and I wanted to do a remix for Do That Shit and a couple of other nasty joints. My rep as the Nasty Man of Philly was big after we did the original Do That Shit. They actually started calling me the Luke of Philly. And Shock wanted to capitalize on my adult freaky style. Funny thing, after that call, Mert and Danielle started getting really friendly. She started calling me again and telling me about some upcoming shows she was working on for me. Mert offered me some beats and told me when Shock and I finished our new song that we could record them at his studio. Once again, things looked like they were going back to normal, but it didn't last long. What I thought was a great idea and business opportunity came to an ugly end. Before it all came crashing down, somehow Frog and Danielle had a falling out. Something went down where they felt their Frog connections were and promises were false. It didn't matter that the man got our stuff to New York, got them on good terms with Lady B and her folks. He was now gone. Little did I know that I was next. It all started with the missing in action thing and the interrupted and the unreturned phone call. It wasn't just with me either. None of the artists was feeling the love. We were definitely a confused bunch, but I knew what I was going to do. One day I got a call from these promoters from Star Jam Productions. There were two brothers named Jermaine and Jerome Johnson that I met through my teacher friend, Charlie Lumpkin. They were his nephews, and we met them at an event they had at the Wachovia Center for after the Sixers game. They reached out to me, informing me about another show they were putting on for after a future Sixers game. The show involved the best of the best unsigned artists, and they thought my manager and I would be interested in it. This happened about 1 p.m., and they said they called Danielle first and left a message. They wanted to meet us and give us the information about the show so we could look it over. It was a Monday, and one of the new rules was that the studio was closed on Monday. But I figured that they would open it up for a meeting with these guys. I set up the meeting at Hidden Beats for that night, 8 p.m. I called, emailed, left tons of messages for Danielle to call me back. I called her house, the studio, trying to get her to know that these promoters wanted to meet with us about a possible show at the Wachovia Center. I thought that was important enough to get at least a call back, but I guess I was wrong. When it got to be about 7 p.m., I called the brothers and told them I couldn't find my peoples. I didn't want them to drive all the way to the studio for nothing, so I agreed to meet them and get the information. When I met with them, they gave me the information to give to my manager for us to look over. The show would take place after a regular season Sixers game. They were going to bring record labels, A&Rs, radio people, and music managers to come and check out the hottest unsigned talent in the area. The show would be billed Star Jam Unsigned. They said this was just one of 5 events that they were contacted to do, and they wanted me to be a part of as many as I could do. I left the meeting with the information and got a call from Hidden Beats. It was about 9 p.m. and I missed the call. But when I called back, I got no answer. So I left a message telling them where I was. I decided to go to Cassidy's album release party at Chrome Nightclub to chill and pass out some flyers for Shelly Shell. Danielle called and asked why I met with the brothers of Star Jam and they were supposed to meet at the studio. I told her that the brothers and I never heard from her to confirm that. She told me that I should have told them to call my manager, not meet them myself. I asked if she wanted the information that I got from them, and she said no. She said that since I was handling my own business to continue doing it, and that I was not doing what they told me to do at the meeting. I couldn't take it anymore. So I told her I've been managing myself from the beginning. That even when she was my manager, I was managing myself.
Oh, no, you didn't.
I was the one with all the connections and the access to the game. And she said something slick before we hung up. She said that she didn't know what songs I was going to use for my demo and that I better not use any Hidden Beats music. So at the Cassidy party, I was hanging with Big Phil. I was backstage, on stage, getting love from everybody. Roscoe, Pico Chain, from Pharrell Williams, Star Trek Entertainment, E-Ness from the band, Bad Boy, Power 99 FM crew, Cassidy and Swiss Beach crew from Full Surface, and Rough Riders showed love. I even met and helped Trina that night. While I was on stage getting love from the crowd, I was thinking about all the stars that I've been with and all the stages I've been on. How much of this that resulted of Danielle managing me? The answer was none. Perry P was right. She didn't have any connections before she met Shock, Mark, and I. Even Frog, for that matter. Now her attitude and ego grew after a few phone calls and a few trips to New York, which happened because of someone else's connection. When I got home, I wrote her an email asking her what we were going to do about our current situation. I suggested that we keep it between her and I. Merc, Tiger, Taquil, Mark, Shop, Dez did not have to be put in a position to have to choose sides. I let her know that I wanted to go through the proper procedures so we could be released from our management agreement. I commented on her slick remark about the demo. I let her know that Merc and I had a production contract, and until he chooses to terminate it, I was allowed to use his beats. I also let her know that this was business, nothing personal, and I wished her the best. The email that followed would get out of hand. The emails that followed would get out of hand. She wrote back telling me that her lawyer would contact my lawyers about the breach of contract on my part. Danielle said that she would agree to release me once her fees were paid and that the termination of my contract with Hidden Beats would be coming soon. I wrote her back asking how did I breach the contract when she was the one that told me to step off. I wanted to know how she was going to play the lawyer game over a contract that my lawyer drafted for me. Then I explained that if anybody breached the contract, it was her. I booked the show, got us interviews, and did most of the promotion myself. I asked if there was a breach, it was for lack of management. My new demo that I did at Shots had 2 of Merc beats on it. Jump It Off. Oh, yeah. My new demo that I did at Shots had 2 of Merc beats on it. Jump It Off featuring Tiger and The Block. Both songs have been shipped to labels and others for almost a year as part of my demo. Now that Danielle and I were going through our thing, I wanted to know where Merc and I stood. Ever since I know him, I have been nothing but a true friend to him, especially after we finally started working together. I wrote him a letter explaining my position and asked him how it would affect our business relationship. I knew I was still in demand, so any beat that he has on my demo only helps him. He never responded back. I asked Marcy and Shock where I stood with my contracts with Merck and Danielle. They told me I was cool and not to worry about it. I could fire Danielle at any time by sending a certified letter or wait for about 6 months and the 2-year term would be over anyway. As far as the money she thought I owed her for the album and other miscellaneous expenses, she assumed the role of executive producer for the album. It was not alone. She got all the money for every album that was sold. They told me that I was allowed to use Merck's beats that he gave me for demo purposes, and that the contract between he and I stands unless we agree to terminate it. If I get a deal with his beats, the label will have to see him. With that knowledge, I pressed up 100 mix CDs for the demo and promotional purposes. The CD was a combination of my best work, old work, and new work. 6 of the 21 tracks on the CD were produced by Merck. Shock was having a big workshop, so I made demo packages for his panelists. Danielle, Tiger, and another group she was working with showed up to the workshop also. Danielle and I never spoke, but Tiger and the group showed me love. I handed the demo packages with the mix CD in it to all the important people at the workshop. After the workshop, there was an open mic and everything seemed cool. Tiger hung around to perform and we kicked it together. Everything was cool until Merck and Danielle showed up. First, Merck came up to my table hostile with the mix CD in his hand. He tossed it on the table and asked me what was up with me using his beats. I took him in the back so we could talk. All I wanted to know was why he was so mad at me. He didn't want to hear anything, he didn't want to hear anything. All he kept saying was that he didn't give me permission to use his beats. I told him he gave me permission when he signed a production deal and he let me out the studio with copies of my demo.
Right.
I tried to explain that the beats were always going to be his, just as the rhymes were always going to be mine. We copyrighted the songs together, and basically was our songs for my demo. He didn't have a clue, so I told him to sue me if he felt I did something wrong. After he left, Danielle wanted to talk. We went in the back, and I proceeded to tell her the same thing. She was kicking it to me like she knew the game, talking about how she was prepared to get a lawyer to sue me. She said all Merck wanted was his 6 tracks off the demo because he was scared I was going to sell them. Then I asked her how much she paid for my CD that she just stole because she must have picked it up from one of the packages that I gave out at the workshop. I told her that those CDs were burnt already and there was nothing she could do about it. I told her they would never know how many CDs I burnt anyway, so they would have to deal with it or do what they felt they had to do. We then argued about Dez. My man Larry Lai invited me to perform at the Industry Tuesday 1-year anniversary show. I wanted to do that shit. So I asked Dez if she wanted to perform it with me for old time's sake. Larry said there was going to be 7 A&Rs in the house, so I thought it would be a good opportunity for Dez to shine. She knew what happened between Danielle and I, and she thought that Danielle would trip on her for performing with me. I told her, tell Danielle and see what she said. Danielle came at my neck, telling me the next time that I wanted her artist to perform with me, I should go through the proper channel. I said, Dez is my friend, and if I wanted something from her, I have to ask her. It's up to Dez to tell her manager. Then Danielle said that was my problem. I didn't know the difference between friendship and business. I told her that it was cool with me if Dez performed or not. Either way, I was planning to have a good show. She failed to realize that this whole business is based on relationships. Soon after she left, Merck came back with this big dude, big shiz, looking to fight. I put my hand out for him, big shiz, to shake, and he did. That really pissed Merck off. Merck took his coat off and stepped back. I stood my ground, but I was very confused. This was the cat that I would go out of my way to get medicine for. Had his back when Drama kicked off. Took his family shopping anytime he needed me to. I was a little angry, but not mad enough to fight over some beats. Danielle and Shiz pulled Merc away while Shock and I and everyone else in this crowded club looked shocked and amazed before he left. Merc promised to show me some real street shit. That night, I thought about his 6 beats. I really was attached to a few of them, but I had plenty of songs to use for my mix CD. I am far from a punk, and I roll everywhere by myself, but I refuse to get caught out there and killed over music. Definitely not over his music. That hasn't made me a dime. I had a bright future and a little girl to look after. So I wrote Merc email telling him if these beats meant that much to him, he can keep them. And the sooner we dissolve our contract, the better. Danielle called me the next day telling me she got the email and they agreed to keep the piece. I told her the CDs that I had left were only going to industry, but the CD release to the streets will not have any of his tracks on it. She said I should be receiving a bill for all her studio time I used since I wanted out of my Hidden Beats contract. I laughed at that because my lawyer told me to encourage them to send false bills and that it would totally kill their credibility if we ever went to court. Mm-hmm. I have not received anything as of yet. Just as I thought it was all over, they threw more salt on the game. Danielle let me know that Dez would not be performing the show with me, but she would be there. Word on the street that Hidden Beats crew would be attending Larry Ladd's Industry Tuesday 1-year anniversary. Not to celebrate or to enjoy the show, but to make sure I didn't use any of Merc tracks. Taquil and Dez showed me love when I rolled up by myself, as usual. I nodded to Big Shiz and ignored Danielle and Merc. I did my thing on stage. I performed Do That Shit. What you scared of? And as soon as I was done, they left. I was a little pissed because they paid money to get in the club to watch me. I hope they made use of the 7 A&Rs in the house that night. Good thing they did was passed out Philly Freestyle Round 3 CDs, that the one that I was on. The whole argument was over me using beats that I didn't own. Doing the same thing they did on every Philly Freestyles. Right. They got a bunch of MCs around over other people's beats without permission. It's a mix CD. But it's a mix CD though, and it's good exposure and promotion, so nobody complained. But when I did it, according to Danielle, I'm breaking the law. For my own peace of mind, I let it all go. Everything we built together, they can have it. My man Mark, Taquil, Daz, Tiger, and I are still cool. They are still cool with me and can call me anytime. Hopefully we all make it, but I finally learned my lesson. Instead of giving my all to people that don't appreciate it, I'll use my power to help myself. And it's still all about us right now. Me, myself, and I.
Wow, that's crazy. You want me to go in?
Last final chapter.
You want me to go in?
You want to?
Yeah.
Take it on home.
Okay, chapter 8, the last one. The new beginning.
The new beginning.
All my life, it seems like when one door closes, many more open.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say all my life I had to fight.
I know, I was like, you know.
As soon as I heard you say that, I thought of Oprah Winfrey. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
All my life I had to
fight.
All my life seems like I had one door open when the other. All my life, it seems like when one door closes, many more open. As soon as I decided I was not going back to Hidden Beats and Pitbull management, I met DJ SL from HG Entertainment. He has a studio inside the San Bernardstown record store owned by my man Marty Gibbs. I was there with Urban Expressions to interview Little Flip when I first met DJ SL. He mixed and burned my CDs for me, and we are about to record some new songs. My man Lex hooked me up with graphics. My CD cover was finally done by Bob Marley from
your name Bob Marley too.
Bob Marley from This Amps for a very good price. Now I have my own mix CD to sell and promote. The title of the CD is The New Beginning, because this is where I'm at in my life and career, the beginning again. I got back with a diatribe, and we have been performing all over. Exotic D and I are together again, together once again, tearing up the halftime show. After almost a year, we got back on stage together and never missed a beat. At a diatribe show, my man D Most brought his fiance Sherry, who brought her friend April. April Tomarelli told me about her brother Bob and his band called Simple. They were looking for a front man for their band to take their sound in a new direction. Simple and I started performing together, and we even recorded a monster called Lumberjack. My dream is to go on tour with Diatribe, Simple, and Supreme, and Exotic D. If we combined our fan base, we would be unstoppable. Dr. Shock and I have been lecturing too and mentoring kids all over the city. We spoke at Temple for Michael Kord's Hip Hop 101 class, Dara Pearson's kids for the Department of Recreation, and many, many more organizations. When we spoke at Dara Pearson's class, I met
Aline Elaton
from Neshi Publications. And he encouraged me to write this book. He said I would be able to add author to my rapper, TV, actor status. That's great. I've always wanted to write a book ever since I read Mace's book, but I didn't think that I had a story to tell. I never thought I had a proper fairy tale ending because I never got the millions of dollars or the big deal. But Aileen told me that the struggle is the story that young people need to read about. I agree. I have been rapping for more than half of my life, and my journey has been a fun one as well as a hard one. But through all the trials and tribulations, I have met some good people along the way. God bless me to be able to meet the right people and be at the right places at the right time. If I've ever been in the wrong place with the wrong people, God bless me with a lesson as well as an exit. Amen. Through it all, my success has come from good relationships. Most of the relationships that I have are from good people looking out for me. Maybe this is why I can't help but look out for others. I've been with Urban Expressions for a long time, and I thank Ed Box, Howard Gillum Jr., Shelly Shell, Keep Them Up the Block, Dawn Monica, Scope, and the VIP young boys and girls for making my transition into TV an easy one. I always try to use my TV connections to help up-and-coming rappers, whether it's passing their video on or giving them exposure. I do what I can. One thing always leads to another thing with me. Now, I will be hosting a new hip-hop DVD with my man Rick Kennedy, who is creating a mixed CD/DVD called Hip Hop Illustrated. I predict that this new venture will set the streets on fire. We have a great crew with Hans, Mark, Amir, and Sterling. My Chester homies are back in my corner, and Dr. Shop and Dark World Entertainment will be working on my next album. Mark has not left me since he got me back in the day, and my family has been in my corner since birth. I'll never be able to repay that, but I'm going to do everything I can to show them that they didn't waste their time on me. My daughter Olivia loves her daddy, and that love keeps me going. People are always asking me, what am I doing now? The only thing I can tell them is I'm doing it all. The sky's the limit for me. Besides what I've already mentioned, I want to do more movies. Every role I got never had to audition for. The roles fell in my lap, and I played the parts to the fullest to impress the directors. The only thing in the rap game that I haven't done yet is get signed to a major deal. But I have seen cats get signed and flop. I'm still here holding my ground, growing every day. People also ask me about my management. I think it's safe to do right. I think the safe thing to do right now is to manage myself. I'm always looking for somebody to take care of me, but I always get screwed in the end. My manager will at least have to have more connections than me. If you can't bring anything to the table but good intentions, keep on stepping. I've done so much so far in the business, and most of that was because of me. As long as I had Dr. Shot in my corner to help me in the business, I'm cool. I'm on TV every weekend. I perform regularly, and I'm loved on the streets. I can use a little bit more money, but other than that, I'm happy again. I'm helping Des manage her career now, thanks to the encouragement of my friend Carol Adamitis from Undercover Records. As far as the haters go, I'm looking way past all of them. The way I feel now is, can't nobody bring me down. Now, I pray for Danielle, Mert, Snow, and Breeze. What finally bothers me is the beef with Danielle because I've known her since she was 13 years old. I genuinely loved and trusted her. Shock feels all we may need is a little time apart, and then we can try to fix the broken pieces. I really hope so because I hate unnecessary hate. I'll go to war with anyone for something I believe in, but most of the times it is not even worth it. I wish everyone the best. There's enough room in the world for everybody to live. The sky is the limit for me, and I'm still striving. Fuck that. Fuck that. Fuck that. No, I didn't say that in the book yet. Like that.
It said it in the back, though.
It does say. And then he has all the acknowledgments or whatever, and the letter to the oh, well, this is about you. All about you. I read that in the beginning. But read your acknowledgments. Oh. Man, come on.
All right, the acknowledgments.
Yeah.
Tanita Austin, that was Dr. Shot's sister, who my ex-girlfriend, and the one that cussed me out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Tanita Austin, thanks for all the love, support that you always being down from day one, always believing in your brother, Dr. Shaka. Now, April Tamarelli, thank you for typing all this up and saving it on a disc back in 2004. All the great musicians and singers that I have ever had the pleasure of sharing the stage with, thank you. All the great promoters and venues that booked me and allowed me to do what I love to do the most, which is perform live, thank you. All the people that looked out for me and protected me from the viciousness of this business that could really kill an artist, thank you. Every name mentioned in this book has helped me knowingly or unknowingly, and I say thank you for being a part of my history. Thank you, Zamani Feelings, for another iconic photo that you have taken of me over the last 10 years, or so including the photo of this book. Thank you, Jackie Barack of Celebrity Boxing and Jackie Caruso for being the first readers of the new final edited version. All of your input, thank you. Thank you, John Fay, for all of your inspiration and great advice concerning music and putting out this book. As always, I got to thank my Aunt LaRue, Uncle Armando, my dad, George Carter, for making a king named Supreme, and finally, Jesus Christ, my Lord and Savior, Holy Spirit, Heavenly Father, God, thank you for love, grace, mercy, and forever. Amen. Well, I feel like I went to the last, it's like going to the last 20 years of your life.
Yeah, that was in 2 days.
As a matter of fact, and the crazy part is that's the first 15 years of you have no idea what happened in the last 15 years.
I know, we don't
that's
know
the
what
first
happened.
15 years.
First 15
that's the
years.
beginning.
But
which is good.
All this stuff in here, this is almost like a manual of gems. Okay? Even though maybe some of the names might change for others or me, you know what I mean? It's still the same thing. Don't think that you ain't gonna go through the same thing.
Oh man.
You know what I mean?
Keep hanging
we all
on.
go through the same thing. You know, it's a lot of stuff that was said in this book have to do with me, and I don't rap or make music or I ain't in no movies or nothing.
Right.
You know what I mean? I try to just I like to connect with everything, and I like to push brands, and I just like to show everybody. I'm always like to be behind the scenes and everything, and just show everything. Just go ahead, go. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I am supposed to be a music manager. Okay, so
one of the good ones.
Right. When I started with artist development.
Right.
But I started in Philly on a port where I was there to see Schoolie Dick.
Oh wow.
You know what I mean?
Big
The boy said, you know, but I knew people that was there, Crack, Simply Monica, and people, you know, and stuff I was talking to and everything. And the boy was like, you know, everybody, you're gonna be my manager. You gotta be my manager. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. And so, like, the story is almost like the same. With you meet people and you know, they have faith in you and all this stuff. He wound up ripping me off too, but he didn't actually rip me off. He ripped himself off. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because I gave him one of the best shows in Philly that any of them young boy artists ever had. Packed house and everything. He stole every dime. Wow. Yeah, he took every dime.
Story of Philadelphia.
Yeah, but it was his money.
That's crazy. But that's why I said the book. Like, Philadelphia is known to you gonna rob yourself before you get to the. If you gonna rob yourself,
right? He could be.
If you gonna rob yourself, wait till you get to the top and then rob yourself. Rob somebody for a million. You gonna rob somebody for a couple $105.
And the thing of it was he could have kept all the money. All he had to do was pay the board that won the contest. Yeah, it was a $200 prize. All he had to do was get the board $200.
Keep everything plus the $200.
And all that is this. He didn't do a damn thing. I did all the promotion. I printed out all the tickets. I hired. I had what's the name was come. She didn't even show the hell up. Chloe Banks. You know, for whatever reason, she couldn't come, but the place was packed. You know what I mean? And
so did you
this dude right there, Rep the Scientist, it was my host. I got 5 joints, 5 YouTube videos on this joint. It was so hot. Yeah. So I know you've been doing your thing. We about to hang out this weekend and everything. So you can do it again. Y'all make sure y'all come down. We've been advertising it, ACX1. You know, listen, I'm going to put something in my history books. I know I keep talking about me, but this was the very first time I was included on anybody's tour card. You put me on your tour card, man. Say you was going to be here.
I did.
That's buddy. You got a tour card. Yeah, I'm on there. I'm like, oh my God, that's an honor.
Oh, man. No,
yeah, like this to tell me to be. Yeah, upcoming events or whatever. I called it the tour card. I'm on somebody's tour card.
Put the plugs and the links on
it. Yeah, it's very nice of you to do that. Yeah. So you still distribute your music now through Humag, right?
Yeah.
Sony.
And that's a recent. And that's a recent thing.
Yeah, recently. This is.
But that album is the first full-length album and the first single that me and Rob did together was Swing for the Fences. That was the first single. Other than that, I was always on CD Baby.
Oh, okay, yeah, we got away from that. I brought an artist down there, Rob Lassiter.
Yeah, we always did
Got
CD
him off
Baby.
the CD Baby.
It was cool though. I mean, me and Rob have always been cool, but I even like Whitney Payton's first single 10 years ago. Just when he first started Who Mad, he was just looking for artists. The guy who does all my printing and stuff, Brian Cronin, was like, "Yo, my friend doing distribution. He got this distribution called Who Mad," and I had met Rob, and I was like, Whitney was like, she would be the first one to do it. Brian Cronin, he does mirror image. I'm sure y'all met. I'm sure you met. But anyway, he was. This was 2012 when he. And then Whitney did her first single with Bob. And she said it worked out good. And I didn't know nothing about distribution back then. Like I said, the only reason I was loyal to CD Baby, because they was always attached to disc makers. CD Baby,
right?
CD Baby is basically disc makers. Even Book Baby, when I released my book through.
I don't know nothing about that.
You know what I'm saying? Book Baby is part of this. Eventually, everything branched off from disc makers to become CD Baby.
They did the books.
And they do books. Book Baby. Like that's why I didn't.
That's how you keep.
And I wrote the book.
And I
wrote the book. And I never put it out because I didn't trust a lot of the independent publishers. I just didn't. It just didn't feel right. And plus, I didn't feel like 2004. I didn't feel like I accomplished nothing.
All this
compared to, that's why I did the preface.
Crazy.
The preface is to kind of catch you up from what happened since the book to now.
Right.
Now I felt like I'm somebody that can release a book, but I'm gonna give you the old story. I'm gonna give you the original story, and let you know what I've done since the original story to now, and through Book Baby. Because, like I said, I just trust their brand. Like, disc makers, anything that ever went wrong with disc makers, they fixed it.
They've been around for like 50, 60,
and then, we took the tour.
How long they been around? Forever.
Years. Since,
because that was the first I
did all my
before I even knew that we could stick them in the thing and burn them ourselves.
They did the
everybody went to disc makers.
They're the ones that came up with the CD burners. Because the things that that's what they use.
Well, yeah,
that's what they use, but nobody could get them because they cost so much. But they made them affordable, and that way you could burn your own stuff at home. Like if you had, like Mert, when he first got his burner, he got the original CD burner. He burned 100 CDs.
Niggas don't even have to do it.
You know, and no more. Like I said, it's just a whole new world, and that's why I went to Rob too.
I still got CDs at the crib.
Because it's a whole new world. And
this was my first artist.
Oh, wow.
Let's see, this is my artist name, Spark. You know Spark?
I met him.
Yeah. That's a little thing he did. Never got published. The little thing he did with Fred the Godson.
Wow.
So when they went to did the street name for Fred the Godson, I made these up. I didn't even go. I got about 100 of these home. Wow. And I put the 2 songs, I just put the 2 songs on there as info. You know how y'all used to do it.
Hand it out.
That's what I was going to do.
Hand it out.
That's
another thing. We gave so much stuff away.
Like, I didn't even go.
Like even the t-shirts. Like it seemed like we finally figured it out that merch is to be sold. But in hip hop, you had to give records away. You had to give CD. Man, I wish I would give somebody a CD now. I mean, unless you like a close friend, somebody I know, but just to be like,
not now, they don't. Because you know what we used to do?
We used to get everything.
You know what we used to do?
You can find me on iPhone.
You know what we used to do? Take the CDs from them, then we go down the street. We be like, it's a street. That fool taught me to do that.
We used to do the flyers.
That's a shame, though. That's all.
In the middle of a concert or somebody's concert. They used to take a whole bunch of flyers, throw them all out in the crowd. I mean, people grab them.
Yeah, well, that's different.
People think it's money, but you're throwing away a CD, that's $10.
I ran around in shows where the artists gave out CDs and people throwing them around and picking them up. Yeah.
I remember, and you know what made me really stop giving artist CDs? They said we used to do a lot of promotion for Jay-Z. We'd be on the bus with them, everywhere. And the kids would see us with Jay-Z. I'd be like, Jay-Z, what's your split? Whoever, can I give you a CD? He'd be like, yeah. And he'll give it to his homie. And he's a big box of CDs on the bus. He's throwing in the box of CDs. And he's like, sad part, they'll never listen. The guy said they'll never listen to those CDs.
Right.
Even at the music conferences, the guy, you giving CDs to everybody that's on the panel. And they going home with bags of CDs.
But they
ain't gonna listen. But they will listen. But they will listen to whoever they saw at the showcase that was really good.
Yeah,
like somebody that made a whole lot of noise at the conference, at the music conference. Like this person is the most talked about artist all weekend. You got his CD? Yeah, we got his CD. And you make sure you keep that, because that's the one you're gonna present to the big boss that pay for your trip to get down there in your hotel. You gotta come back with somebody. Well, you don't have to come back with somebody, but it would make sense. All this talent is in this building. Somebody in here is the next future millionaire. Somebody in here is the next. Somebody in here is the next.
Right.
Taylor Swift.
Somebody's
and they hungry, and they like, and there's a lot of trash in there too. But you gotta be bold enough to. But you're not gonna be bold enough to listen to everybody's CD. But if you hear one name keep ringing, like, yo, you got here. Make sure you hear such and such. Make sure y'all hear the CD. And then you go see their show, and their show is all that, and they give you that CD. That's the one you keep. And that's the one you take to the president of the label and be like, yo, I think we found our next star. But and nowadays it's like
it's too many.
It's too many. But you see on Instagram, this guy got 1.3 million followers. His streams is such. But this is what he's done on his own. So now you as the label gonna come around there and corrupt him, or rob him, or whatever you want to do, or partner with him, whatever you want to call it. But this person did everything on his own. And most people do the smart thing, like, well, I don't need y'all.
So if the label came to you today, I'm talking about a real good one now.
It's still my goal.
That's still your goal? See, I knew that shit. I know that shit. I know.
This is a lot of work.
I know a real MC wants to be a signed artist.
Everybody want to be signed. Everybody want to be signed, but on their terms. Right?
Oh, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, everybody want to be signed because what I do, what you do, Fire, your artist, you, it's a lot of work.
It's a lot of work.
And then one thing, the majors, like if you got your own fan base, if you got a fan base of thousands of kids, and you can go on a tour from here to California and bring at least 100 people in every show, you pretty much got a career. You got a beautiful career. You can pay your mortgage every month, your bills is paid, your kids is paid for, and you have because that 100 could turn to 200 each time you go around that city, 300, 400 to you, but you're gonna take 5-10 years.
Yes.
Label can get you all of that in 6 months. The label come out and say, this is our newest, biggest star.
And they just listen to him. You could be shitty as hell.
Yeah, it's not new.
And you still gonna get somewhere.
You're gonna get somewhere. And if you don't see, the thing that they mess up with the label is they spend the money that they get from the label, because the label give you the money first.
You got that advantage.
And you're supposed to pay it back. Well, you ain't supposed to pay it back like, here, I'll do the money.
You gotta make it back.
You gotta make it back. And nobody you gotta put that in your bank. And
that's the work.
Stack that and stuff that you see that they ain't doing. You take your little money. You take your little money and you put it back into yourself. You do the same thing I'm doing, but with the label's money.
Right.
And you still, because now I'm spending every dime I make or got or earned back into the business to keep Supreme name out there. Because the guy breathes. I said that out breathes. Like Ray said, now mostly all the beefs are cool. Me and Danielle still haven't spoken since 2000. It's crazy.
And you still don't know.
I know her son. Her son is I know his son go to summer camp. Yeah,
I'm saying you never figured out
every time. I never know, man. I don't know. And like I said, people gonna be like, "Yo, she was mad. She made this story." I'm like, if she made it, it's the truth. I didn't say nothing bad about it. I don't know what she. I don't know what made what we had that was beautiful go wrong. So I don't know what somebody told her. I don't know if she hooked up with somebody. I don't know nothing. And I don't talk about nothing.
Yeah, but she
I don't talk about nothing.
She could have talked to you.
But it was nasty.
Y'all had a relationship where she could
Since she was 13 years old.
Yeah.
Since she was 13 years old. And that's one relationship. I mean, I don't lose sleep over it, but we was tight. In the beginning, the formula was perfect. She was the perfect, she could have been probably one of the best managers in the game because she was learning from probably the two hardest working people in the game.
And all these connections.
And all these connections was given to her.
So
and then it was like, yo, that's Preem manager. We got to talk to her. Yeah. I think a lot of that got to her head. Like, people was like, yo, you Preem manager. And then that made me feel like important. Like, yeah, I'm Preem manager. Preem, I get to tell you what to do because I'm your manager. No, you don't tell me what to do. You definitely can have meetings.
She took the damn thing.
Especially when the New York crazy, that New York thing.
She's the one that said, we don't need no paperwork and all this stuff.
I should have just stuck with it.
And you should have stuck with that shit. You came with the paperwork. And
one thing I always, even with this 144,000, I try to do business. I don't want to be just a gang. Like we are an entity. If we put it to paper the right way.
Yeah, that man got to stop dogging you up there, putting them pictures up there and stuff. You know,
we went back.
The manager of that 144,000.
Anytime I jump back on him, though, I jump back on him.
I know.
Once I get back at him, he calm down because he'll bully. He like the best with it. He like the best with everybody.
Every time I see something, I just go.
And everybody
sometimes I don't like it because I'll be like.
And usually I don't say nothing, but then I'll be like,
you know what? See what
I gotta get him back. But that's my brother. I mean, that's my brother.
Get him back because he is.
Like he in my book. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He's a kid. He's like a 12-year-old. They ain't never grow all the way up.
That's good, though.
But that's my little brother.
Because that means he's touchable.
But I love him. And he got a good heart. And that's why I just say I just want to make sure that what we do is business. Like we all affiliated, all of us. Now we all have our own thing. Like Fire got Miller Fire. I'm still S&E Records. Judah pretty much running the 144, whatever he's doing with the new up and coming guy. But we all have our businesses, and it's always strength in numbers. Like even the strength in numbers thing that we did with 144, the formula came from the Untouchable squad.
Yeah, but I think like when we all get together, we don't even think about like
we one big bag.
Right, like who we are, like you know what I mean. It's like we're all one.
One big bag, and we all cool, but we all 10 different businesses.
Yeah,
10
all different
businesses.
shit.
Everybody's
doing different so scattered. It's like,
and even our shows,
tighten this thing up.
Like even the shows, like I love what 7 is doing. And I love what he's doing with lights and listen and everything. Mm-hmm. But that's over there.
Hot group.
I'm saying, but that's over there.
That's over there. Yeah.
I mean, that's my brother, and I'm a supporter.
Yeah.
But that's over there.
That's over there.
Hey, we should be
everybody.
Let's do it together.
I mean, we should do it all together.
One deal under one distribution. Yeah. But see, that's where I mess up at because I try to make that happen, and then I get burnt.
Me too.
Always get burnt. Like it never failed. My grandmother always told me, take care of yourself. Like before I go out, she's like, I know you got a big heart and you want to take care of everybody because you got the same heart I got. And she's like, and people gonna run over that heart every time. And she told me.
Are y'all hearing this shit? Because this is.
And I try to listen.
Damn near describing me.
I try to listen, but I feel like being selfish is the wrong way. But everybody that's selfish wins. Everybody that looked out for themselves first, for the most part, they win.
That's only because we see what we can see out front. You're not seeing what's going on.
Or at least they had enough sense to help the right people. Yeah, because if you got the great heart and you helping the wrong person, their heart is wrong, they're gonna burn you. People burn 50 Cent. Yeah, like how you gonna burn 50 Cent? I'm part of G Unit. This is the biggest rapper on the world. But see, he's smart. He never burned Eminem. He still pay homage to Eminem. Eminem still pay homage to Dr. Dre. Snoop still pay homage to Dr. Dre. No matter how many people that helped and burnt them, man, they never bit the hand that fed them. And the hand that fed them never stopped feeding them until they could feed themselves. And it's nothing wrong with having 3 or 4 kings. But the problem is, if somebody always want to be the one king, yo, that's why I said with 144, I said let's all be a movement. We could be the 144 movement. I don't even know how many members we got now. It used to be about 8, 9, 10 at one point. Now it's like 100.
And you know what? Even if you do that, nobody is gonna not forget who you are. You know what I mean? Nobody never forget that.
That's why I said I'm gonna in whatever group I am.
Right.
I'm gonna put it my way. So you say 144, then like Preem is killing it. Even though Judah killing it, even though Fire killing it, even though Lights and 7 is killing it. You can't take me for what the hell I'm doing.
That's right.
But I'm doing it.
That's right. That's right.
And now I know now that a lot of things need to be sold. Like even this story, I could give it to you for free. Or I could write a book about it and you buy $25 you buy it.
There you go.
And it's good jewels. It's 2004, but the lesson is still for today.
Well, I'm glad I made my investment and got it because this is something I need to read.
And I appreciate you reading it because hearing it is crazy. Hearing it is like, I'm driving, or like Tuesday. I just sat back, turned all the TV off and just listened to, and hearing somebody telling your story is like, that's almost mind blowing. But the goal now is to get this turned into a movie. I want to get a script writer to write a screenplay because it's a story.
Right.
Like my dream when I seen Beach Street in Breaking, I was like, I want a movie. But I don't want to be, I want a movie about my life. But then I was like, I ain't did nothing interesting enough to make a movie out. But
this
right here,
thing is interesting.
But 2020, what the year is this? 2024?
Yes.
Now I see it all. I see the book. But the book came out last year, 2023, September 15th, my birthday. So ever since then, I've been on a mission to be like, you got a story to tell. And everybody like, what's part 2? And I'm like, oh, I don't know, I'm ready for that. But something is telling me there's going to be a part 2.
There's going to be a part 2.
And then I was determined. And you ever notice that all the big rappers and singers, even the Mace book, DMX, they all got a writer though.
Oh, they got a writer.
They got a writer. The Will Smith book is written by somebody. Well, you know, he probably told the story, but there's a writer that wrote it. Every artist got a matter now. I said, man, I'm gonna write my own damn book.
All you gotta do is tell AI.
I don't even want AI. I don't even like AI. I don't like AI. I like him. He ain't nothing wrong. As long as he don't start turning into Terminator, we good. As long as he without his soul. As long as he do what he's supposed to do. If I need him, I'll call him. But I'm not depending on no AI. That's bad enough I got to depend on this stupid phone. And I don't even depend on the phone. I can actually take this phone and put it down and just go with that. But my music is on here. My YouTube is on here. Facebook is everything. Everything is on here.
Yeah, it's like
but can you imagine? You from my era? Can you imagine having your phone in your house? Whether it's the rotary dial or the push thing, but with that long cord that you can go to room. Can you imagine that just on your hip all day long?
Not that big ass thing.
I'm just saying, but can you imagine anything that needed to be talked about can wait till I get home. And then call me when I get home. Because if you really want to see me, meet me outside.
That's how it was.
Now it's like this thing is everything. Like even how we get our music.
We sent you an invitation to come in if you want to talk. Check your inbox.
Who's that?
Fire. She said great book reading. She's saying the stuff you're saying is deep.
Oh, I didn't even see it.
Because last thing I put was wow. Now she got 100. Now she said you did.
Just talking. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to bore your audience.
No, you're not boring the audience. That's what this is. This is the comfort level. That's what we're in comfort. We're just talking. My interviews are very unorthodox. I ain't gonna sit here and ask you, okay, what's your next project coming up? But I am gonna ask you what your next project is coming up. You got a lot of stuff. You did a lot.
And the funny thing, I don't know, man. I'm just looking at it like, how long can I do this? Like, how long can I
get tired?
And I ain't tired yet.
You get tired.
Like, I'm not tired yet. Like, that's the crazy part about it. I don't know if I'm crazy, because a lot of people that I named in here, they don't do this no more. They don't do music no more. But they look at me and they like, yo, you such an inspiration, because you still going. And you like, what drives you? And I'm like,
but
like
this
now,
makes you happy. So
on stage makes me happy. On stage makes me happy.
Right. So why would you quit something that makes you happy?
Like I do all of this to get on stage.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
I guess studio makes me happy. Now I got crazy into like really into like in tune with what God. I feel He's telling me something, and I want to do what He wants. Like whatever it is.
Or get out of secular music?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't have secular music. To be honest, I got.
You've done some.
Oh yeah, my day. In my day, but each year my act get cleaned up a little more. Like from Do That Shit, I was nasty. I had a record. I had a record on my YouTube. I had a record on my joint called the porno song. Where I talked about my favorite porn stars. But
oh damn.
But now, and you know, this is before the internet, so this is on the Breathe album. But each year my thing cleans up. Like this is like a good transition to
to YouTube. I usually go on Spotify.
A non-secular album. It's crazy. I mean, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. Like that right now, it's like I'm getting there. But I want to do something.
Yeah, that's what I want to do.
Something awesome. Like I want to do something awesome that's gonna touch a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna really touch a lot of people. That's crazy.
Sorry about that. All right, what should we give the audience? We start with Rise and Grind. I'll open the show up.
Oh wow, that's the one. That's the favorite.
Well, I had to open the show up with that.
My biggest record. I don't know. It's just like I don't even know. It's crazy listening to myself.
The new joint.
And like even on this album, this album here.
Which one?
This Past History. The nasty song is put a little sauce on it. And it's not nasty. It's just provocative. It's like, but that's it. Everything else is very inspirational. Everything is love. Everything is motivational. Everything is God. Everything is like powerful. It's people like it.
Nice.
All you gotta do is hit one. That's all you gotta do is hit one. I don't
know. Put a little sauce on it. Swing for the fences.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorites.
Let's do that. You got a lot of numbers on paper chases to.
Yeah,
that's killing it. Right here,
I got the little numbers on there.
Yeah, I usually tell the people the numbers, but I ain't gonna do that.
I gotta get on. I just got out. And this is motivation. Everything I do is different.
I got Spotify.
I got Spotify. I got a subscription. I got a free Spotify. I got like the Apple. I guess that goes with the phone. I've had Title forever. Title was free. My subscription with T-Mobile. But then Title started taking away stuff. Now it's free. It's almost got paid for it. Benefits. So I said, if I got paid, I might as well go free. So I'll go Apple Spotify. But radio station was like, go with Apple. So I was like, Apple was like $10 a month. I was like, I'll go with Apple. Everything else was like $13, $24. I was like, shit, I'm going for the break. I still got Spotify. I just can't. I got to shuffle my stuff up. But I got used to it because I'm like, even the YouTube. I listen to people out with every song.
I can't. I want my shit, but I want it.
I have it.
I'll leave you. I love everything. I
It's a sour trip. Oh, no, this is
That's my first bag. The big one we had is I call Rob anytime.
that's so long.
I can't call who bag. You can't call Steve Baby. I can call Rob any time of the night. Any questions? Uh-oh.
Well, let it go.
Shout out to the Godfather Soul. Yeah. Need a little flavor, baby. Put a little sauce on it. Need a little flavor, baby.
She got the first cream towel.
You do better, baby. Put a little sauce on it. Be a flavor, baby. Put a little sauce on it. Yeah.
Start.
Get it how you want it. Put some sauce on it. You got it going on, baby.
You got some record.
Big fried chicken, you might get lost on it. Toss it like a salad, throw it in the oven, then drop it like a hot when you doing it.
I'm trying to get one from Bass.
Hold up, baby, let me see what you got. Coming out tonight. Put it right there, that'll hit the spot. My sauce like that. Pour a lot. They'll play hardball, knock it out the box. Keep the lights on, cause the lights are box. Let's get the other thing to the boat. Let's get it up. Put a little sauce on it.
It's so nasty.
Put a little sauce on it. You do better, baby. Put a little sauce on it. Be a flavor, baby. Put a little sauce on it. I could be a barbecue. Yo, honey mustard. I could be your honey too. Bad apple doesn't. I could be a barbecue. Bad honey mustard. I could be your honey too. Bad apple doesn't. Need a little flavor, baby. Put a little sauce on it. Put a little flavor, baby. Put a little sauce on it. Put a little sauce on it. Give me a flavor, baby. Put a little sauce on it. Yeah, you know how it is. Supreme and it was pure. You know you can't have a now. You can't do that.
Got it so far.
They keep it going, baby.
I've been out of it when you started that league stuff. But as far as somebody coming on your block, talking about they the hottest rapper. I've been like a pit bull. I've been battle a lot. I never lost a battle. Never lost a battle. I used to battle the kids in school. One kid almost beat me. I got a tie. I'm gonna mess my record up. I'm undefeated. But as far as them getting in your face and talking about how many times they're gonna kill you, what they're gonna do to shoot you, and how they're gonna do it to you.
God.
I ain't never been there.
I don't like that.
I mean, they do
People
their
don't like
thing.
that battle.
They do their thing, but I can't do it.
I went to a battle rap, I think, one time. Because well, maybe twice, but one I was to record it and everything.
Mm-hmm.
The Gates of the Garden, I got it on YouTube. I always forget to take the pics.
And I always just don't like disrespecting nobody.
But
Just being.
I know, but I'll be scared something gonna break out.
Like if we battling,
that one
and you
guy,
talk
he
about how
didn't
good
like
you are, and I'm telling you how good I am, that's cool. But when I gotta disrespect you,
Talking about your
talking about your family, that's a little too much.
That's the first thing we went to.
But I gotta fight.
Yeah, I gotta fight you.
Then we gotta rumble.
I gotta fight you.
Even if you're gonna do your mama jokes or whatever, don't go too far. Because you go too far, then I gotta fight you. And if I gotta put myself in a position, I need to stay out of that.
Right.
Like I need to
It's
stay
a
out.
lot.
Like everything I do
People
now
can
is
take it.
love, life, and inspiration. Even this put a little sauce on it. It's still the elements of hip hop: peace, unity, love, and having fun.
Yeah, it wasn't all that bad.
The hip hop started to stop gang war, and when it started, gangs that hated each other became friends and started breakdancing and competition is friendly competition. Now I don't know what music is like a gateway to a kill. Like if you want to kill somebody, you put a good drill music on and go around and knock off your enemy.
Yeah, make a diss track and they know you cut. They looking over
I ain't
their
never
shoulder because you done made
so
a diss track
many
on me, and that's like a contract. I don't even know what's going
Like
on.
even the diss track that MC Shan and Karis One had, they did shows together.
And it don't make no sense.
They was in each other. They was on the same bill with each other, and they was.
You get and then you know too much, and that makes if you know more about them.
But you gotta
really dig.
I ain't got that type of energy to dig into your life to find out all your.
But you already know it. Like I'm saying, that's your boy. That was your boy. Start battle rapping.
But then we gotta fight.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Like we might as well just fight. Might as well fight and get it over.
See, your boys in this book, you probably could make a rap all about them. It's the same shit in the battle.
And that's funny though. We got how many Snow got cool. No, yeah, I had my band was performing at the Great Street Club and he was hosting. And he was on stage to introduce the acts. And my whole thing was he better not introduce me crazy.
Oh God!
Like, cause at this point, I'm not mad or anything, but we still haven't shook hands or talked. And I was just like, he'll ignite this if he get out here and say something disrespectful to me. So I went backstage like, yo, don't say nothing crazy. And he was like, yo, this is it's time that this be over. I was like, I agree. Like, yeah, it's over. So we shook hands. I mean, it's cool. And this was about 04, 05. This was like right after the book was written.
Yeah.
And we got cool. So the preface, the first thing I had to say is that's one relationship that I'm proud that we squashed. And then Bree's thing, and I think me respecting him and liking him so much would piss him off. Like, this guy keep liking me. Like, I want to hate him, but he likes me.
Yeah.
I'm his.
Some people is like that too. You kill them with the kindness.
And when I put the book out, I was like, let me know. There's some stories on here about MC Breeze and Snow and Lady B, Schoolie D. And he was like, man, you just don't quit, do you? Like not the bad thing. He was just like, yo, you still doing your thing. Like, that's impressive. Like, you just don't quit. And I said, I gotta let you know.
Thing. So now, you got the book. Now it's a movie.
It gotta become a movie.
Then what comes after the movie?
Another. Like at this point, like right now,
just keep doing
I gotta keep
stuff. Yeah,
but anything that just keeps allowing me to perform, it's gonna have my heart. If I can get on stage,
you can, because Rob just opened up the whole thing for movies right there.
I said, and I just need a script. I just need somebody to read that book and be like, yo, man, it's a great movie. Like I don't write screenplays. I mean, I don't write screens.
Right.
Like, cause I wrote the book.
Right.
And I probably could if I would get like me. This is how I get that. I would go to the library and get a book called How to Write a Script. And I would read that. And I would write this. I would write my own script.
Yeah.
But see, with the script thing, you gotta write the dialogue for the people. You gotta write whatever the actor is gonna play. This, and then you gotta kind of turn it loosely based because you don't want to get sued. That's a lot.
Everybody keeps telling me to write a book and stuff. I don't want to. You know why? Because I'll be going out on all y'all. What's going on? We done. Oh, LinkedIn went on. We was on there too.
I'm going for 4 hours.
Yeah, we gotta go.
Bye.
We gotta get over here. LinkedIn is saying they're just like, or just remove the destination. Just make it. Or what do I have? I'll keep trying. Leave it up there. So I don't want to remove it. Because I'm gonna have to. Oh, but it's all right. This had a problem because it's gone. Yeah, after an hour. But they saw it. It don't matter. It's still on there.
Oh no, mission accomplished. I was like, yeah, you gonna read this whole book. You a bad sister.
I'm a badass sister because if I didn't finish it today, I'll finish reading it next week. I should have did. Next time I know, probably somebody else, I'll do it in 3 days.
Right. I mean, that's still a good look though, because like I said, you be one people.
I read my granddaughter wrote a book and I did it. And then I said, damn, I need another one. And then I said, oh shit, I got Brain's book. I got people, look, this book's
I was good looking up. Because like I said, man, I don't know what people think about it. They bought the book. People say they liked it.
He wrote this.
Okay. See, everybody writing the book. That's the new hustle.
Yeah.
It's the new hustle. And my whole thing was, I said, Lord, I just didn't want my book to be like thin.
That's what we got. Well,
like, I didn't want my book to be like a leaflet.
That's a leaflet.
That's what I'm saying. I wanted a book.
He had a book.
But you finished. When I finished, time was like 114.
But it's just depending on what you gotta say.
Once it goes into the, this is all I had to say. This has been good enough.
My granddaughter's book came out.
She got a
like a damn ass journal.
See
the way she did it. I bought the hardcover. But she got blank pages. She working on you.
Oh yeah, you got
see. Yeah. See, you working on you.
Call it a workshop.
Workshop. Yeah, man.
Let's go, man. I mean, but now they put me in a realm where a lot of people.
I started reading. I never finished reading this.
I got so many.
From this white man that I had on my thing, and this book is good.
I read so many.
Very opinion.
I bought a lot of people's books. Now I got to catch up and read them.
Me too. I get people's books.
Cause I get them started, and then I get another one. I got Al Green book.
Do you?
Yeah, I want to read that. I want to read how he left secular music and went to gospel. Now he actually started to sing some of his old hits. Love and Happiness. Like he'll be on stage, I guess, singing because he usually became a preacher or whatever. Like,
that's not a bad song.
No, I'm saying, but he got classics. Like I don't know how I don't care how.
But Love and Happiness can be versatile.
But that's what I'm saying. At one point, he wasn't singing none of his old songs. Like Little Richard. When Little Richard went to church, he refused to sing Tutti Frutti and all that other stuff. Like refused.
I don't know.
And then eventually, I think that bug, once it hits you, man, once the guy stuff will get you to the next level of life.
I'm curious what the Little Richard did, because I mean, like he was on.
I mean, he was saying covers. I mean, but he was 1 minute he gay, then he ain't gay.
That's what I'm saying. And what is he trying to do?
But then at his old age, he was like, denounce rock and roll. I don't know. It's just,
how you gonna denounce rock and roll, but you don't denounce your sexuality?
Like even Salt Pepper, she had a conflict about coming to doing the stuff that her and Salt Pepper used to do. And like I told Tone Love.
I remember.
I told Tone Love, because he do a lot of gospel art right now too, from Tough Crew. And I said, but you gotta think about it, man. The songs that's out now, it make all y'all stuff from back in the day sound like y'all singing gospel. Like this stuff is rough.
This stuff is crazy. Y'all stuff
is crazy. Like your stuff was PG-13, maybe. Like my part of town only got one cuss word. When it came to battle, where the fuck was you? That's it. Like you can change that anytime. When it comes to battle, where the heck is you? Like if you want to do a clean show. But she had to what a man, what a man. Okay. Yeah, I seen them at the what's that joint in Jersey?
Canada?
No, the Atlantic Boardwalk Hall. Salt and Pepper, DMX.
He said in Jersey, that Atlantic City.
That's Jersey.
Yeah, it is Jersey. This is the border.
Well, I said, but they had the hip hop show. They had DMX, Salt and Pepper.
I didn't see that.
I seen.
I didn't see that.
It was an old
DMX. I never seen I've never seen DMX.
I seen him twice.
I never seen DMX.
Both times he was tore up.
But I damn sure didn't meet Grandmaster Cass.
Oh yeah, that's my brother, man. I love Cass, man. I'm in Cass. I met Cass. I think that's where me and Snow made up at. Because Grandmaster Cass and Busy B was at the Great Street Pub. And I was like, let me make sure this motherfucker gonna get on the stage and say my name.
That was the best day of my life.
And he the reason I started. Right.
That was the best day of my life.
When I went to the library, I seen this book called Hip Hop. And the first, you know, it was all about breaking and how they started. And then it got to a point about the rapping. And they had Grandmaster Cass had all these notebooks full of rhymes. I said, shit, I gotta get me some notebooks. So I went and bought all these notebooks to start. Every time I find a message, start writing. Because I wanted to have as many raps and notebooks as Grandmaster Cass had. And then that Wild Style, he was my favorite. Like that song. Just him and Wild, because you know they had one record. They had one record, Wild, Fresh, and Bold, or whatever. That's that. Like, out of all the stuff they started, they had one record. Like Grandmaster Flash had a few hits. They had an album. They had a few singles. They had a lot of singles, but just think, they didn't start making albums until like Run DMC. Like the 80s. I
don't know. He said he was writing for a lot of them. You know what I mean?
Shit, he wrote Rapper's Delight.
Yeah, he wrote all that.
But he didn't get paid for it. I mean, see, because back in the day, it was like, yo, I need a dope rhyme. Hey, take it.
I know. Back then.
And see, the bad part about it, and he said he can't even really be mad at Big Bang Hank, because it ain't like Big Bang Hank getting paid either. The person that got all the publishing is Sugar Hill and Sylvia Robinson. So, I mean, yeah, he's mad that his man stole his rhyme and got the credit for being, like, he never, well, he's gotten credit from the artist now. Like, yo, everybody know he wrote. Yeah. Because even the rhyme, he say, I'm CAS, the video, like, I'm 6 foot, turn up tons of fun. The grandma said, Hank is 5 foot. Short little fat dude, you know what I mean? He's 6'1" and tons of fun, huh?
That's what he said.
He's the CAS, the OVO, he's the Casanova Fly, huh?
Yeah.
But that's how nobody had their business together. The label got the business together. Like, okay, y'all wrote the song, but I took all the publishing, I took all the writing. Y'all barely, and then y'all get paid because y'all get to do the shows, so y'all get the show money. And they probably was living like rock stars back then, you know, you get riding and everything, eat all the cocaine you want, things. Ain't nobody start handling business until like Russell. Oh man, that's crazy. Russell and really, and they was robbing. I'm sure
everybody was robbing.
Def Jam, because even then you be like, yo, the album. They robbed me. So the people robbed me, so I gotta rob my artist. Right. Whoever come after me gotta get robbed because I got robbed.
We rob people.
They rob me, I rob them.
That's the art of the game.
And you get 2 contracts. You get the real contract, the dummy contract, and the real contract.
It's 9 o'clock, 9 to 18. We gonna get up out of here. We've been having a good time.
We on TV.
You gotta shout anybody out that you want to shout. Yeah, because you know when we sit in there, it's like we're not even on TV.
Yeah, I'm up here bugging. I'm sitting here like
that's the way I like it. So don't even worry about this camera. It's here. We're here to talk. We got some meatballs in the back here. We got a sandwich. It's them time. No, but I mean. Today, I want to know who's playing the most important part in your career.
Right. If it ain't me, it's definitely my business partner, Richard Waller III.
Richard Waller, you heard that, the third.
He says he let me do what I do, and he's there to make sure I don't mess it up.
All right.
He said he's there to make sure I don't mess it up or I don't get screwed. So he's like my business manager. So
that's the way it is.
My contracts and we go over contracts together. He's like my lawyer. Like at one point, my lawyer was like, "Yo, who read these contracts for you?" I was like, "The drummer." She's like, "Yo, make him your manager because he know what he's doing."
Oh yeah, see,
and he'll save me some money. So you ain't got to pay $500 an hour getting a lawyer. This guy knows, he's really well versed in his music business. Ever since then, 2013, I made him my engineer, my producer, engineer, friend, drummer, and manager. So he got all the hats.
There it is. Wow, you got a big job too.
Got a huge job. But I'm the one that do all this, but everything, I'm the one to be in the street. I make the connections. I'm the one that, when you're ready to do business,
that's better, because I think
when it's time to do business and paperwork and money get exchanged, then we bring Richie. I gotta make sure you
right. Richard ain't coming until the money.
Richard don't even need to be here until we start talking something serious. Like
that's right.
If we not talking contracts and money, then we not even really talking.
We not talking.
We just socializing for a second.
That's what I like.
Yeah, Richard's my guy.
I think that the artist should be the one that make a lot of connections. I mean, you know, of course, the management is gonna make probably, you know, mostly a bigger business connections and can get in there where you can. You know what I mean? But if you can, I think that the artist should be, you know, these, not you per se, but these artists today, they don't do shit. They don't do nothing. They just wait for you to say, okay, get me on that.
The ones that
can you get me on that?
The immature ones that think what they see on TV or hear about on blogs or
because they don't want to take the time to go nowhere to learn anything.
Right. They think that's how it's supposed to be. But the ones that's just out there really doing it, and most of these artists that's out there really doing it is because you got screwed up a couple times. You got burnt a few times. You got robbed a couple times.
Some niggas didn't even know they was getting burnt and robbed until they seen me come out from Jersey. I came to daggone Philly. They ain't even know they was getting burnt and robbed.
But that's when you learn. You say, I gotta learn this game. Like I said, one thing, Dr. Shock, which is still my man, he gave me that book, man. He gave me that This Business of Music.
Right.
And it's this big.
Right.
And he said, read it. And I'm like,
you better cover the cover. That's right.
I don't even know what it's, I don't even know the language is in because they talk. It's like a lawyer. The actual book is a legal. It's what the lawyers learn before they become entertainment lawyers.
That's really hard.
And I read it. I read it in the Greek language.
You didn't know what the hell it was until he broke it all down.
No, but until I got into the business of music and seeing like that's what this was talking about.
Yeah.
Like even
that's
the Bible,
I'm
gonna read this Bible because I'm tired of preachers telling me what the Bible say.
Right.
I don't even know what this thing is about.
Sometimes you gotta
so I read it. I don't know what the Bible's talking about, but I'm reading. Then as you get mature, you be like, that's what that means. But that's the explanation of that. You get clarification, but you ain't gonna get no clarification if you don't read at all.
You know, you need to go to church and have a good pastor that's breaking.
But even then, you gotta be like, but even if you be like, yo, pastor, I read this about and let's discuss it. That's what Bible study is for.
My pastor's from South Philly. I'm sorry.
Let's discuss it. Let's figure it out. Tell me, give me some, and then sometime, man, the Bible exposes itself to you. Yeah. Your Holy Spirit that's inside of you be like. Nah, but I'm saying, but that's people. Nobody gonna know nothing if you don't pick up. My mother told me, anything you want to know, you better learn. I learned to swim by reading the book. I swear to God, I learned karate. I was like, yo, I'm gonna learn karate. And it was a book called Karate. So I read it. I learned a few things. I mean, I ain't no black belt, but I kick somebody's ass if I need to.
I
know I can do something like that. But I read it and I practiced what I read. And same thing with swimming. Like, I'm a shark. Because I read a book. I learned how to drive. You drive, you read the manual, you do your driver's test.
Yes.
Everything, anytime you
is
put this desk together,
process.
There's an instruction manual. But some people be like, some people gifted. They can look at the picture and put the thing together. I ain't that guy.
I ain't put this shit together.
I'm just saying, some people can look at
it.
You ever see, but I mean, I got a guy that can just look at the joint. I mean, he'll make a mistake here and there, but he refused to read the directions.
Them directions, I know.
I'll read from point A to point Z.
They see that? They got letters and stuff. When they got stuff out.
I used to when you get a new phone, back in the day when the phones came, I read the phone manual because now they don't even give you no manual.
Yeah, they don't need them.
Because most of the time, once you push a few buttons, you know how to figure it out anyway. But them old time phones, older.
We had a manual. It's right there.
And I read it.
How thick is this book?
And I read the whole thing, and I knew how to save my stuff. Like some people just like to figure stuff out on their own. I don't like that.
I don't either.
I like to read it, and then I can figure it out, and then I can determine if I want to do it or not. Because if I read it, I'll say for me. I ain't gonna waste my time trying to put it together, and now it ain't for me.
Do you know how many apps you got downloaded in your phone that ain't for you?
That's why I don't download apps anymore. Then people be like, "Yo, I got this new app." I'm like, "Well, you gonna keep it?
Well, you gonna keep it because
I don't want it. I don't want that into my database to learn your app now. You know what I'm saying? That's how I got the Apple Music, because the guy was like, "Yo, it's a new radio station. It's on this Apple app." I said, "Let me download this." And I seen Apple was $3 cheaper than Tidal. I was like, well, "Shit, let me get Apple."
Yeah, Tidal.
I don't need it. In Tidal, you can't even attach it to nothing. It's just,
and
you either going to everything once Apple or Spotify.
Yeah.
So it was an either or thing for me. But I was like, let me go with Apple. So I got an iPhone.
Yeah, we had Tidal before everybody was trying to keep up with Jay-Z.
I mean, I had it. And I had it on stuff with Jay-Z, and it was free. And then they just started taking.
I couldn't afford it.
They just started taking things like, okay, now it ain't free no more. Okay, now it's free, but you gonna get a commercial. But it ain't free no more. It ain't like it used to be. Now I'm gonna pay
that's
for it.
That's the problem is, no matter where you try to play the music at, if Jay-Z on this shit, or Beyonce, one of them, copyright. And damn.
And there's some people you got to learn from them too. And you gotta say, how did he become the best of the best? I did a lot of stuff with Jay-Z. I mean, I'm literally how we stay together. That's how me and Jay-Z was in a lot of rooms. We was in a lot of rooms together like this.
And everybody keeps saying that.
And I'm sure you don't know
day
me.
is coming. It's coming. So I don't say that. I don't know.
If it is, it is. If it ain't, it ain't.
Coming.
I have no idea. I say if it is, it is. If it ain't, it ain't.
I know, but they just can't realize that somebody may be doing some shit right.
But it was a lot of. It's from the '90s, and there's a lot of stuff that a lot of artists and record labels did. Like I said, I'm so glad for Dr. Shock.
You didn't know nobody was keeping track of that shit too.
Take me around the bull crap. Like he took me around the mountain, and I thought we was missing out on so much stuff. Like, why don't we just go through the shit? And he's like, nope, we're gonna take the high road. We're gonna take the knowledge road. We're gonna take the road. We figure it out ourselves. We ain't gonna depend on nobody doing nothing for us. And now I can say that thanks to him and now Rich, David Ivory, different people that came in my life that kept me away from them. So then I'm not the one in the blog we're talking about.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Cause I've been to a couple parties. I was at a party. I was like, yo, I want to see what these parties
you
about.
You know films?
Yeah, man, God, man, it was like I was.
They said he record everybody who came in there.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't got me on that.
You got me.
I've been. We usually went.
I'm talking about Diddy.
I ain't going to no Diddy party.
You've been at Diddy's party, you be on the tape.
I've been to some parties. I've been to a lot of parties that had some questionable things happening. And I'll be like, wow, this is, and then I'll be like, let me get that out of here.
That's what
some say, let me get out of here. This is a little too much going on for me.
Yep. All right, y'all.
Hey, y'all have a good one.
That's it.
You leaving now? I'm about to get ready to have some fun.
Oh, I gotta go because I gotta.
Yeah, y'all tell me about it tomorrow because I got to go.
Yeah,
and then I ain't into drugs and shit. Like some people, like, oh, here come the drugs. They get excited. Like I know people that as soon as you pull out the cocaine, they like shit. Let's do it.
They on that shit all over.
That's the party right there. And next thing you know, you're waking up, you're on the camera.
I did that. Oh shit!
You was doing drugs. No, not you, but I'm saying they gonna be like,
oh yeah,
you was doing it, and then you be like, hey,
I seen you down there. You was like,
and if you can't tell me, once all the beer,
why's it smell on the table?
Once all the beer going, I'm out. Back in the day, I was a drinker. I drink all your beer. Probably pee on some few things. Finally, I was ignorant.
Yeah,
I was ignorant. So I was ignorant as hell. But thank God.
Thank God, God is there.
Man, oh man, I was getting them DUIs like they was catching us. Like, oh my God. People like, why you don't drink?
All right, guys, we ain't gonna tell all this personal stuff. We haven't talked.
It's in the book.
It's in the book. You gotta get the book. Part 2 is coming out soon. Maybe in a couple of years.
Oh yeah.
Maybe in a couple of years.
The more I say I ain't gonna do something, the more I keep writing. Like, that's crazy.
Folks, Jemal Carter, aka
Supreme the Resurrecta.
Supreme the Rezarekta. You guys.
Have a good night.
All right. Thank you for tuning in. And make sure y'all know y'all can recap this on all of my platforms. All right? So we're going to have a good night here.